please. All right, good morning, everyone. I believe this will be the final Finance Committee of the year, but I might have just jinxed it right there. So I call to order this meeting for the Finance Committee for Thursday, November 20th, 2025. And just before we get into our business for the day, I would like to acknowledge that just as we are stewarding the budget for the community and the services and the infrastructure that's needed, and also taking care of wildlife coexistence and our impact on the climate, as we are doing all of those things, we have to be mindful of that process in one form or another has been going on for over a millennia. With the original peoples of this land, it's the traditional and historic lands of the First Nations that have signed the Treaty 7 of Southern Alberta. Those are the Blackfoot Confederacy, consisting of the Siksika, Piikani, and Kainai, also the Tsuut'ina First Nation, and our closest adjacent neighbors, the Stoney Nakoda, comprised of the Bearspaw, Chiniki, and Goodstoney First Nations. It's also the traditional territory of the Métis, District 4. And for all of the stewardship that they had done with this land, and from which we could learn a lot, I give thanks and hope that this meeting also is recognized as good stewarding of our community today. Moving to the agenda, I know that we have an addition because at our last Finance Committee meeting, we moved one item. It was a closed session to this meeting, so I think we'll be adding that as E1, and that's the Capital Planning Summary Overview, right? Okay, so if everyone could note that there's E1, and we're actually going to deal with that matter first. And then we will move to deliberations and D1, all right? So with that, I move that we approve the agenda for the November 20th, 2025 Finance Committee meeting as amended. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, so I'll wait for the motion to be put up on the board. There it is. I move that the Finance Committee close the meeting to the public to prevent the disclosure of information that could reasonably be expected to reveal pending budgetary decisions in accordance with Section 29 sub 1 sub G of the Access to Information Act. Calling the question, all those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We're Okay, we are back. Now we're going to move on to D1 deliberations. I will say a few words to set this up. At this point every year in the Finance Committee, there's always the potential for chaos. And so I've done my best working with council and admin to try to get a sense of all the potential motions that are coming. I know that there's a couple ones that were just advised of this morning by a couple of councillors, so we'll add those in. I've prepared a list just to keep us on track, and we will go down that list. I'm going to call it the list of motions. And so as we go through this, I'm going to go down each one through each section. There may be some hiccups as we make sure we get the right motion on the table, etc. But we'll try to do this as orderly as possible and make our way through this. So I will begin with first a motion with respect to the operating budget, a motion that's been requested by administration. I will move that Finance Committee direct administration to implement the recommended changes to the 2026 operating budget, bringing the proposed tax increase from 7.1% to 6.1%. In speaking in favor of this motion, I appreciate the work that administration has done since the original budget was passed, and also recognizing some benefits that have happened this year that have positively influenced the budget, and so I certainly support this decrease to 6.1%. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Your Worship. More of a process question here because there are some of the amending motions that are coming that would have an effect on the operating budget. So how does that play into this particular motion?
Yeah, so what will happen is after we go, this is just establishing a baseline based on where we're starting today if we approve this. We'll go through all the motions. After that, Finance will need some time to put the motions into their system, and in order to provide us the information that we need for the final motions of the day, and that's to approve what we're recommending to council for approval. There will likely be, if we're to do it today, there'll likely be a significant break taken, maybe a couple or a few hours. We'll find out at that time what is recommended, but you raise a very good point that obviously every motion we have has an impact going on, but this establishes our new baseline. Whereas we were working from a 7.1, now we're going to be working from a 6.1 on the operating side.
Understood. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to this motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, moving on to the next motion, which deals with 2026 utility rates. I move that Finance Committee direct administration to proceed with a 20% revenue increase for the purpose of setting the 2026 water and sewer rate bylaw. During Finance Committee, we were presented with the realities of some changes have made since the original utility rates were forecast last year. It was to be forecast for close to a $20 per month increase mostly because of the wastewater treatment plant that we need to replace and needing to build up the utility reserves for that. However, there have been some changes since then, such as work on the wastewater treatment plant to deal with the odor issue. And so a little bit more is required. And so the projection that we received that it would move from, instead of a $20 increase, it would move to closer to a $25 increase. And while nobody likes an increase in utilities, I certainly support this because we need to deal with the odor issues, and we need to make sure that we're saving for the very large project that we need to do within the next 5 years in order to meet provincial regulations that changed on us, and so we now need to adjust and act accordingly. Would anybody else like to speak to this motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. At this point, I'll turn to Councillor Faubert. You wanted to bring a motion this morning? I'm not sure if the, do you have a copy of that motion? Yes. Okay. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Your Worship. The motion is that the Finance Committee direct administration to remove the collection of the livability tax in 2026 from the operating budget and postpone all projects in the livability tax capital budget by 1 year to begin in 2027. I wanted to bring this motion forward before we got into some of the capital projects in the livability tax budget. I'm uncomfortable with moving forward in 2026 with the livability tax due to the mandate letter that the Premier has issued to the Minister of Municipal Affairs. The spring session of the legislature that is planned, where changes to the MGA will be made that will affect our ability to collect this tax. Given the work of the Property Tax Task Force still needs to take place. My opinion, we still haven't established how we intend to spend the money we collect, however much that will be after the changes to the MGA are made. To move ahead with a budget that includes this tax now would be placing our organization and ourselves at risk of continued high-level criticism because of the uncertainty due to the mandate letter and the MGA changes. That means all staff who are public-facing, who have to deal with people coming in and asking questions, emails, and as well the feedback that council receives. Passing this budget sets us up to have to come back here again in the spring and do this all over again if we include the livability tax, because of that uncertainty, it means that I don't believe we'll be able to collect the tax in the way that it is represented in the budget currently. And if we're not able to collect that tax, then I don't feel comfortable creating a budget that uses that tax as a funding source. It creates a level of uncertainty for me that is fiscally irresponsible. And it sets us up to, in the spring, when the changes do come to the MGA, to be victims of the province and what they do. And I don't want to set ourselves up to be victims of this government. It feels more about the politics of the tax and what's going on around it. And I believe that the budget is about fiscal responsibility. I don't want to see us here again in the spring, removing capital projects, changing our entire budget again. That's time, that's money, that's energy that we could be focusing on other priorities. I believe that we will be able to implement the livability tax in 2027. And so taking a break now, not moving forward with this in this budget, is to me the most prudent thing that we can be doing to protect our taxpayers and our residents from risk. Thank you.
Thank you. In speaking to your motion, I'm not able to support it, at least not at this time. I believe that bringing this motion at this time is premature. My crystal ball is not as good as yours, and I don't see that we are definitely prevented from bringing it in 2026. I do not believe that the provincial government will act vindictively, as you suggest. I also do not agree that we have not outlined how it would be spent. The Mustache Land project, the AltaLink realignment, mitigations and both for Steep Creek. So the mitigations for Steep Creek and the Alta Link allow for more land to be opened up for housing. The housing initiative that we are moving forward with on the Mustache lands, or I mentioned that the other housing initiatives as well that we can use to fund, because we have a lot of housing to get done, and time is not our friend. I say we move forward. I know you're aware that on December 9th, there will be a report from administration that outlines, I believe, about 3 potential off-ramps between now and sending out tax bills, should we decide to take them. This is a fluid situation. I've had a couple of discussions in the last week with Minister Williams. We are on good terms. I'm looking forward to having a meeting with him in the next couple of weeks to talk exactly about this. His staff has talked with administration. They are not shocked or surprised that we're moving forward, because that is the bylaw we have that is in accordance with the rules and supported by the courts. The mandate letter is not clear as to what the next action will be by the province. I look forward to talking with Minister Williams of how to help him meet that mandate while meeting the needs of our community. Until we have something that can take its place, I say we keep moving forward. As far as having to not do this again, well, last year when we had to do this, it was a relatively easy task, because the livability reserve has been designed to be severable. It's designed that we could very easily postpone projects. Now we can do it easily, although the hard thing is that it's hard to postpone projects when we really need projects. And that's another reason I do not want to have a delay. And because there's some natural off-ramps coming up, and including the very last one where we set the mill rates, we could set the mill rates at the same rate, and that's just part of the same process. Having both of them at the same rate, and then we'll pause it for a year. So I think that there's plenty of opportunity to do what you're suggesting or take a look at it. Now is not the time. I say we keep on going, and when each of these other off-ramps present themselves, we can examine it at that time. Councillor Hillstead.
I think Mirana's before me.
Councillor Hillstead.
Okay. I also will not be able to support this to many of the reasons that were just stated. To me, this is work that needs to be done now, because we don't know exactly what will be coming. There's a chance that, yes, the MGA could change and, this program changes. The mandate letter very specifically talks about targeting Albertans, and we've done things within our program right now that we need to keep this going so we can actually find out how many are Albertans. That's one of the new questions on our declaration. Was made a little bit tricky for some people because they saw it and they're like, well, yeah, I live in Canmore, obviously I'm an Albertan. But for those that don't, we know I know of many second homeowners that live outside the country, or they live outside the province. So we don't have that exact number, and to get that number, we need to keep going with the process as it is now. The mandate letter is very clear that, it's towards Albertans, so it doesn't mean that when they bring something forward, it just says that, certain tax things, it still doesn't say that you can't tax, we don't know. And because we don't know, I think we need to keep doing this process until we actually have that information. If we have to come back and adjust things at that point, then yes, it's like last year. We had to do some adjustments, and as Mayor Krauser has pointed out, this is severable from the budget. We were able to do it last year. We can do it again if we have to. Hopefully we don't. And that maybe we'll have a different solution at that point, but to me, we need to keep going forward until we know exactly what we're dealing with. And right now, we don't know. And what we do know is these are what we need to be preparing for. And so we need to prepare the budget for what information we have. And that's the information that's going to be presented to, or has been presented to us, and that we're going to work through today.
Councillor Marin.
Thank you, Mayor Carstart. And thank you, Councillor Faubert, for bringing this motion forward. I will support this motion for the reasons that Councillor Faubert said. I understand that we have 3 more opportunities or off-ramps to make a change, but in the meantime, we have a significant portion of our population who are in limbo, waiting to see what happens with this livability tax. Financial limbo, as well as what they're doing with their residences. To Councillor Hillstad's point, I'm not opposed to continuing the collection of that information. So I think continuing to collect the information that we are already collecting is a good move, especially if we are moving forward with this in 2027. But for those reasons, in addition to what Councillor Faubert said, I would support this motion.
Okay. Councillor Mott?
Thank you, Your Worship. I will not be able to support this motion. Yes, there's been a lot of talk about mandate letters. There's lots of things that show up in mandate letters, and some of them happen and some of them do not. I know this government has broadcast lots of things, such as switching our police force, getting out of the Canadian pension plan, et cetera, et cetera. These are all things that are broadcasted, but to actually expect and to determine when we think they might happen, I don't think that's really for us to decide. I also do feel that when it comes to our community, a lot of people in our community are struggling the most, really don't have the privilege of criticism, right? They're in a zone where they're working multiple jobs, and they're looking to this council to accelerate housing as quickly as possible. And so this livability tax is a key part of that procedure. I'd also like to point back, we just had an election, and I think many of the most successful councillors and the mayor campaigned on this, and there's a mandate there. So I'm committed to continue on, and we'll see what happens. Thank you.
Councillor Murray?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Councillor Faubert, for bringing this forward. I definitely appreciate the rationale behind this motion. And I appreciate that it's an interesting process to be allocating money from a livability reserve when we haven't really been able to collect any money, and we're not even really sure if we will be able to collect any money for it with the uncertainty around the mandate letter and everything. Having said that, I'm not sure if I'm able to support this motion today. What's being funded from the livability reserve, should we be able to go forward with it, is very critical to affordability in our community, and to remove this and delay this by a year would be a year delay in funding many of those initiatives should we be able to go forward with the tax. I might be able to support an initiative like this with one of the potential off-ramps that are coming in the coming months. But I do believe that it is a little bit premature at this point in time to go forward with this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Graham?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks to the rest of my colleagues for speaking well to this. I too will not be able to support this. I have no idea what the implementation of that mandate letter may or may not look like. There's lots of things that are going to happen between now and then. We need to stay the course. That does give clarity to our community about the direction that we are headed. It also gives clarity to the provincial government about the things that we feel are important to us. I don't feel the need to keep pontificating on this one. Everybody else has spoke very well to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Faubert to close.
Thank you, Your Worship, and to my fellow colleagues for all of your viewpoints. I appreciate them all and agree with many of them, including that we don't know. And that's why I am encouraging a more strategic and cautious approach at this point. And my crystal ball contains 15, 16 years as a local journalist and editor at the newspaper, over a dozen national and provincial writing awards about politics, covering the budget process at the town of Canmore since 2006, the budget process at the town of Banff, the budget process at the MD of Bighorn, as well as in municipalities in British Columbia. That's what's inside my crystal ball, and my crystal ball tells me that this is a risky move. And so I'm not suggesting that the province is going to be vindictive, but I am suggesting there will be consequences from amendments to the MGA that are coming in the spring sitting that I know will happen. Doesn't mean we can't move forward with any of these projects or any of the initiatives in the livability tax capital budget. Many of them have been delayed for years, including the flood mitigation. We can continue moving forward with all of those good projects and all of this good work and moving forward on housing without having to collect the tax in 2026. I also think that we will continue to collect the information. I don't think this motion affects the collection of the information at all. And I appreciate that there were our off-ramps built into this process as we go. I don't know if I knew that, if that had been said to me in that way that the mayor said at the beginning of this discussion, but I am choosing my off-ramp like this time now, just to be more cautious around this, because I do think that it is a lot of energy for everyone involved to go through, to continue moving forward with this because of the division and the reactions that we've seen. I'd rather take a more tempered approach. But I look forward to continuing to work on the budget and the livability tax and the strategic plan for this next council, because we have a lot of priorities and a lot of things that we all need to deliver on, because we all got elected in this last election. Thank you.
Call the question. All those in favor of this motion? Opposed? The motion is defeated with Councillor Faubert and Marin in favor. We're going to take a 5-minute break now. Come back at 9:42. Okay, we're back, and we're moving on to the next motion that's been requested by administration. And that on the list is number 3. And that motion is, I'll move that the Finance Committee direct administration to rename CAP 7465 from Housing and Palliser to YWCA Mustache Lands Project 2026, and the scope and the amount to be amended as presented to decrease the 2026 budget from $5,123,506 to $4,863,559 funded from the Livability Reserve. Administration spoke to this. It's in order to be more particular about the projects, and there was some changes in the table that we saw on how that this will all add up to the amount anticipated. Of course, no funds will be spent until they're actually collected. And so there's no worry that we're going to be spending any of this until after we have the funding to do so. Councillor Forbear, you wish to speak to the motion?
Oh, yes, I just wanted to say that on a few of these were related to Livability Reserve, I'll be voting opposed. I don't need to speak to it. But I just wanted to say that up front so that when you call the vote, you know to do both sides. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to this motion? Councillor Marin?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Crowsert. I feel like there's a couple pieces here. So as far as the name change goes, I'm totally fine with that. Sure. But as Councillor Faber said as well, I think voting on things to do with the Livability Reserve when we don't have a Livability Reserve, I will also be voting opposed to those motions just because it does not exist. So I don't see how we can make changes to it. But I am not opposed to the name changes that are proposed in the motions that have come forward.
Okay, thank you. Just to note, this is how things get going. You start, you have a reserve, you create a reserve, you put the funding to the reserve, and then you spend the money. We didn't have paid parking at one time, and now we have a reserve for that. We didn't have the photo radar reserve, and then we had that, and we started spending from that. This is how things start. You got to get it in place, and and then you create a budget for it. Councillor? No? Okay. Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried with Councillors Faubert and Marin opposed. Moving on to, I'll let you make that, making the note there. Moving on to number 4 then on the list. I will move that the Finance Committee direct administration to add capital project YWCA Mustache Lands Project 2027 to the 2027 to 2030 capital plan with a 2027 budget of $5,136,441 funded from the Livability Reserve. Once again, this is part of that table we were shown during the Finance Committee of changes to the budget for the Livability Reserve, being more specific in the language, and showing how money that will be collected would be spent, subject to being collected, of course. Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried with Councillors Faubert and Marin opposed. Moving on to the next one. I move that the Finance Committee direct administration to amend the 2027 to 2030 capital plan to rename the project Future Affordable Housing to Funding for Housing Providers and to decrease the 2027 planned project from $8,465,383 to $3,318,851, and decrease the 2028 planned project from $8,850,886 to $8,840,629, funded from the Livability Reserve. My comments are carried forward, as I know others as well, but Councillor Faubert, you wish to speak to this motion?
Yes. On this one, I believe we're getting funding for housing providers is, we're moving closer towards something that I believe it would be a really excellent use of the livability tax money. But I would like to see also the funding for housing providers as a program, like what it looks like and how it works, before I fund it in a livability tax budget as well. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And quite often, in order to develop that sort of thing, you need to know that you have some money to work with, and so you assign some money to work with, and then that will be developed in time, obviously. But I understand that you'd prefer it now. Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? Okay. No, that's okay. Opposed? The motion is carried with Councillors Faubert and Marin opposed. Okay, now we're going to move to a motion from Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship, and that kind of snuck up on me. That was faster than I thought it was going to come. But I'd like to move that the Finance Committee direct administration to cancel CAP 7480, the large redevelopment plan. In speaking to this motion, I sent an email out last night kind of outlining to Council and CSTU what I was thinking, but I'll outline it here as well. Is this project worth it? I think at the end of the day is my question. In my mind, there is one street where the province and the town own a fair bit of property, and there are opportunities there for densification, affordable housing, et cetera, et cetera. I question whether or not the rest of the neighborhood has much opportunity for increased zoning. The lots are strangely designed, I think is one way to say it. There is the potential for some transportation challenges through there. There are other infrastructures that may be complicated by that densification. And I'm not so sure that that part of our community is super excited about a redevelopment plan through there. So with all that, I would like to focus our attention and our energies towards other issues and other political agendas that we currently have and are working for. I understand that a couple of my colleagues aren't fully up to speed on this, and that is a tough part of these first, I would say the first year of this job, coming to understand the history behind some things. I appreciate that fully. I remember that feeling. It's an overwhelming one. Having said that, this would save $200,000 to put back into our reserves and help us focus on some other things while giving clarity to the community about the things we are looking to move forward with. I look forward to hearing from my colleagues and hope for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. In speaking in support of the motion, we have a lot of things going on right now. We have the land use bylaw rewrite, the integrated transportation plan update. We have the livability tax program implementation, or the alternative of that, whatever that might be, if in fact there is an alternative. So we've got a lot of things happening. A project like this undoubtedly will take a lot of time from communications, from planning, senior admin, and I do believe that it will cause some unnecessary upset in a neighborhood we don't need to actually deal with that. I agree, there's really one area for sure that that will need to be taken a look at, and it's an area that's mostly owned by the province through and operated through Bow Valley Regional Housing, in which the town also has a property there. And I believe that that will come forward organically again to us when the time is right to redevelop that neighborhood. So I'm not concerned about this coming off of our list at this time. So I will support it. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mayor Krausert. Remind me, is this in the 2026?
Yeah. Yes, it is, 2026.
All right, I'm going to propose an amendment to the motion to change cancel to postpone and add 2027 after plan. To speak to this, I would prefer to delay a year on this and keep it within the capital plan than to cancel it outright. I believe that this is related to climate change, and increased density in the future equals more vital homes, equals more affordability, equals a better use of our land mass when it comes to our greenhouse gas emissions and calculations and our targets as a community and a municipality. I think that when it comes to how we do this, we will have to be thoughtful and strategic because there will be concerns in the neighborhood. But of all of the areas in our town with infill density potential, this is the greatest. And to take it off the table, I think completely would be premature. I think that we're going into a strategic planning process as a council, and then we will go into a really thorough budget process for our 4-year operating and 5-year capital. And that I'd still like to discuss this project at that table in the future. And I don't think that we need to do it in 2026 at all. So, thank you.
Okay, so now I know that the board was lit up with comments in the original, so I just ask everybody perhaps if you want to speak to the amendment, leave it lit up. If you do not want to speak to the amendment, if you could turn off your mic, and then you'll be able to turn it back on when we get to back to an original motion. So in speaking to the motion, I appreciate your thoughts there, Councillor Faubert, on potential benefits. I'm not convinced that 2027 is any better as far as timing, based on what I had already spoken to. I think a lot of those things will still be going on. So I don't think that solves a problem for me. And it also doesn't prevent a project coming back, either by council or by private sector or by administration at some point in the future. So I won't be supporting the amendment. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have to admit it's a little challenging as a new councillor to know whether to support any of these motions or not, because the large ARP was not really something that we had a robust discussion about during Finance Committee this year. And this isn't a criticism about how this has come forward, because I totally understand as a new councillor, and there's a lot going on here. So it's challenging for me at the moment without sort of a more robust suite of information around that. Having said that, I would be more likely to support Councillor Faubert's amended motion, keeping this on the books, but essentially unfunding it from the 2026 capital year would potentially allow us to move forward with something in 2027, and we can always defer that decision in the next budget cycle as well. And again, by that point in time, hopefully I'll have some more robust information to make a more robust decision around this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Marin.
Thank you, and thank you to Councillor Graham for bringing this forward and for the discussion. I'm obviously in a similar situation as Councillor Murray. Having said that, I wonder if there would be if I can make even an additional amendment, to unfund instead of cancel or postpone. So it's not completely canceled. We're not saying it's necessarily definitely on the books for 2027, but that we would choose to unfund this project. So still exists, but no funding available. I also noticed that it was funded by the Livability Tax Reserve, and given the thoughts I've already shared on that situation, I would support either canceling it or unfunding it if that's an option, or if
Sure. Yeah, let me give that a moment's thought, how best we deal with that, because I want to, if we deal with this one, it could be an amendment to the amending motion. Okay, so I do, I'm sorry, Councillor Faubert, if you could, yeah, I've turned it on now.
Unfund and postpone.
Okay, okay. So, Councillor Marin, does that meet what you were intending?
yeah, I mean, I'd be more comfortable with unfund.
And remove the postponing until 2027? just
And
have it
remove the
unfunded.
postponing until 2027. I just feel like that
Keeps it on the list, but,
it says that we are going to revisit it in 2027, and I'm not sure if that will be the best time to do that. So I would choose to just have unfund. However, I'm not necessarily completely opposed to unfund and postpone, based on maybe what Councillor Graham wants to say.
okay, so I would look to Dr. Cottle.
Yeah,
What I'm
that's
thinking
right.
about is, do we go with the postponement, and if that's approved, does that prevent an amendment to determine whether it should be unfunded instead of postponed?
Yeah, I think it depends a little bit on the intent here, which is a little bit unclear to me. So I think if we have some discussion, it could be helpful. So unfunding, regardless of the year, it will remain unfunded. So if
Yeah.
this motion goes, if you could actually revert it, Mr. Cyber, to what it was, which is unfund and postpone, thank you, just for my own thinking. So, no, yeah. Yeah, sorry, we've got all the motions here all at once, cancel, unfund, and postpone. Unfund means it remains unfunded regardless of the year. So if it's unfunded and postponed, it'll just move in the capital, in your summary sheets to 2027, but it remains unfunded. So unfunding, it just moves the year. The postponement simply moves the column. So if you're gonna postpone it to 2027, that would assume it's still funded, but it's funded in 2027. If you unfund and postpone, it will not have any funding in either year, and it just moves the column in which it's in. So I think trying to be clear as a council about, is this about unfunding? Then I'm not sure the moving to 2027 matters.
Yeah.
If it's about postponing because you want to reconsider it in 2027, then that is important. Or if it's just that we're not doing this work, which is where Councillor Graham started, and canceling. So there's degrees of clarity there that I think we're not yet there.
Okay, so here's how I'm gonna suggest that we proceed. I'm gonna rule that we'll deal with Councillor Faubert's amendment first. If that passes, it's still open to Councillor Marin to bring an amendment to the new original motion and moving it from postpone to unfund and removing it until 2027.
Yeah.
So I'm going to proceed that way. And if the amending motion does not pass, then it's still open for Councillor Marin to bring an amendment to the original motion, moving it from cancel to unfund. Okay, does that work for you, Councillor Marin? Okay, Councillor Faubert, does that work for you?
Mayor Krauser?
Okay,
Sorry
yes.
to interrupt it. Ms. Gibbons has a contribution. I'm wondering if we could allow her to speak.
Sure.
And sorry, I don't mean to contradict Dr. Cottle here,
No, don't,
but
if I'm wrong.
yeah, so we do track the unfunded projects by year. So given this is the last time we'll be looking at the 2026 budget officially, at this point, anything that was unfunded and left in 2026, unless we're specifically told to bring it back again for consideration, would drop off at the end of this year. So I actually do, if the intent is to unfund and look at it again in the future, I think the unfund and postpone is actually required. Unfunded projects from 2026 after this budget cycle won't be looked at again.
Thank you for that clarity. So what So I am going to stay with what I've ruled, though. We're gonna stay with this motion, and then whatever we're left with after this amendment, whether it's approved or not, it will still be an option to unfund. And you could also then stick with the 2027, or you could move it to a different date too, if you want. So that's what we'll do. We'll stick with this amending motion. So we have an amending motion on the table. Councillor Faubert and I have spoken to it. Does anybody else wish to speak to the amending motion to postpone? Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, unfortunately, I won't be able to support this one. I believe the 2027 timeline doesn't address many of the concerns that I've got about this one at this point in time. I am happy to talk about an unfund idea around here, but I don't feel comfortable with the 2027 timeline, so I won't be able to support.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to the amending motion that's on the table?
Just to close.
Okay, Councillor Hillstad?
Oh, this is so much fun. I think at this moment, I would actually be open to the postpone with the intent of unfunding it. So I think the cleanest way is to vote yes for this one, and then either Councillor Marin or myself will bring forward the unfund. Because again, it doesn't write out cancel it, but at the same time, just even with that sheet that we got this morning, it's a little bit bigger area than I remembered. So it's just, I wouldn't mind taking some time, and again, this at least gets it keeps it in play, but it keeps it unfunded so that it doesn't mean it's necessarily gonna happen, but just again, to take another look at it, I don't think is wrong, and then again, if it comes back, it's already in the unfunded, and if we decide next year to cancel it, we can cancel it then, but this just gives us some time, and I would be more open to this just because, again, looking at the proposed area, there are some other areas in there that, off the top of my head, I think maybe are potential. Again, when you think about Larch, a lot of people just think about that one drive down into Larch, and it's a little bit bigger than that for what was the proposed area. So with that in mind, I'm gonna support Councillor Forbert's motion, and then one or someone else will bring another motion.
Okay, thank you. Now, Councillor Graham, you had something you wanted to add before we move back to Councillor Faubert for close?
No, I think I'm good, actually. Yeah,
Okay.
thanks.
Councillor Faubert, did you wish to close?
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I think it lines up well because to me, the result at the end of the votes that we may have right now, we all actually are gonna get what we want. We want. We're not pursuing this year. There'll be another conversation, and it's not funded. So if we don't fund it in 2027, at the end of 2027, it drops off the budget, right? So it would have an end date if we don't pursue it, regardless of what happens in our strategic planning. So thank you, everyone, for the conversation, and I hope that made sense.
Councillor Graham, I know you lit up, but we went to Councillor Faubert to close, and there's gonna be further discussion, so I'm actually gonna call the question on the amending motion. All those in favor of the amending motion? Opposed? The amending motion is carried with Mayor Krausert and Councillor Graham opposed. Okay, so now we have, that becomes our new original motion. And Councillor Marin, would you like to bring a amendment to that?
Yes, please. I would also like to propose that we unfund this project.
Okay, so that's changing postponed
So
to unfund.
Yeah. I believe it's unfund and postpone is the
Okay.
correct wording that we
Okay.
need from
Okay,
what I heard from
to
administration.
unfund and postponed until 2027.
Everyone, look away.
Okay. Okay, and would you like to speak to that motion?
Sure, yeah. I think I said what I wanted to say already, just at this time to remove that funding. It's allocated right now from the livability tax reserve, which we do not have, and then also postponing it, but with the potential of bringing it back in 2027 for discussion as to whether we want to fund that and how at that time.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to move that I would like to bring an amending motion to the amending motion then. And change the date until 2028. It's an amendment to the amendment. Yeah.
Which you can do.
No, we're back to the original. The First Amendment was dealt with. And so let's first deal with the date. It's currently at 2027. I mean, I could bring it afterwards too, but I'm interested to hear what people think about 2028. I think 2027, we're still going to have a number of things on our plate that I had already talked about. And so I'd be feeling more comfortable if we're looking at this one coming up after that. Realistically, I think we're going to kick it down the road anyway. And so I would encourage you or ask you to support 2028 instead of 2027. Would anybody like to speak to that? Councillor Murray?
Thank you, Your Worship. So 2 questions, and one might be silly. I'm just looking at unfund being flagged as not a word on there. Is defund the correct term that we should be using? No, it is unfund? Okay.
It's the
Okay.
It's the term that we use.
Sounds good. I don't think I will be willing to support the amending motion. I would love to see this come back for review for the next budget cycle. And we could potentially kick the can down the road again at that time or cancel outright. But I would love to have this conversation again at next year's Finance Committee. Thank you.
Even if it's at 2028, I mean, technically it can still be part of the conversation. We have brought projects forward as well. But I completely understand where you're coming from. Councillor Faubert?
I'm happy to support both the amendments because we're already doing we're already presupposing the strategic planning that we need to do about what we're doing in 2028 or 2027 already, right? So I'm okay with moving the motion to 2028 because we're still going to, over the next year and over the next few months, look at the future in the next 4 years and what we want to accomplish. And I think those conversations are going to be important. This keeps it on the board, and so I'm happy that we've reached, I think, we'll have reached a final motion that gets everyone where they want to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graham?
Your Worship, you're not going to like me for this one, but I'm actually going to suggest an amendment to this one.
Actually, you can't suggest an amendment to an amending motion.
Okay.
There's only 2 deep that you can go.
Okay, I can speak. Okay, fine. Thank you for that.
Okay.
If I'm completely honest, I don't want to deal with this term. We have just so many other big issues to focus on and to deal with. I appreciate that some of my colleagues would like an opportunity to revisit this one in a couple of years. I'm not super, I understand that. Personally, I don't want to deal with this one this term. So I would say 2030 if this was my motion, but I'll defer to my colleagues.
So, just so you know, I heard somewhere that you can get some of what you want, or none of what you want, and so this motion actually, as it is, gets it out of 2026 as a funded project and moving forward in 2026. and then it remains part of the conversation, which could be funded at some point, could be moved at some point. It keeps it on the list, but it doesn't mean that it's happening in that time. Would anybody else like to speak to the amendment about the date? Okay, I'll call the question on the amendment about the date. All those in favor? Opposed? The amendment about the date is carried with Councillors Murray and Graham opposed. Now we go back to the amending motion brought by Councillor Marin. So now it's to unfund and postpone until 2028. Would anybody like to speak to that motion? Seeing none? Oh, I'll just make sure that everybody's clear about what we're voting on. Okay, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, so that was an amending motion. So now we actually have that same motion now before us as the original motion. Would anybody like to speak to the now amended original motion? Councillor Ma.
And this is how the sausage is made. I feel this is a pretty good compromise. I also want to point out too that yes, the area is quite big that's in question. I do feel in terms of staff time, we are quite pinned with all the things that are going on with land use bylaw, ITP, et cetera. And also, this doesn't really preclude some of our other partner organizations such as BVRH and CCH in town of Canmore working with some of the lots that we do have to further our interest anyway. So this is not a stop towards what it is that we're trying to do, but in terms of the grander scope for the broader area, it is a bit of a pause, so we can actually come into that in a tactical way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Graham.
I just want to thank my colleagues for this conversation. This is sausage making on the floor, and it's not my preferred way, and I know almost everybody's preferred way, but thanks for the good, healthy discussion, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, I'm hoping that, well, we'll see. We'll see. Dr. Cottle.
So apologies for this, because this was a bit of a last minute thing, we did not have time to get together internally. We're now going to need additional motions for, we now have an additional 200,000 in the livability reserve. And we do have to budget for a reserve before we can collect any money. So we do need motions from council on how to collect this money. So, but we're gonna need time to pull that together. So I just wanna flag for you that at the end of all of this, when we take the break, we're gonna need to come back. My thought is that what you're asking us with an additional 200,000 is that we would then bump up the amount that goes to the YWCA in 2026.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Money that goes in the reserve doesn't all have to be spent in the year that it comes in. It could just sit there as a $200,000 surplus.
It could just sit there, but we'll still need to amend the budget to manage that. So our assumption would be, because we have been zeroing out the reserve in the two projects that you just approved, that we need to amend, and please jump in if I get this wrong, that we need to amend those amounts, or we need direction to have it sit in the reserve.
Tell you what, why don't, when we take breaks and stuff, you can discuss if something's needed. I thought it would just naturally flow that if we remove that project and unfund it, it just means that now the math is there's a $200,000 surplus.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ms. Gibbons?
Yeah, so if we were to basically just stop at this point, to your point, Mayor Krauser, we would just have a balance of $200,000 in the livability reserve. I think what Dr. Codlin and I had been messaging about is that is a change in approach from what we had been doing with the livability reserve, which was to show that each year of collection was fully allocated out to projects. So if we would like to continue on with that intent, we would need to amend what I'm looking at, would potentially be 3 additional projects in order to keep that kind of philosophy of allocating each year out in its entirety. If that isn't what Finance Committee would choose to do, then I think we could just leave the balance in the reserve, but I think there's still kind of 2 paths forward here that we'd like to clarify.
Yeah, and just for my own understanding, we haven't, Finance Committee hasn't approved the 200 as a separate motion. So does the unfunding of this project automatically allow that? Yes, you're saying yes. It just leaves it in the reserve because it's then not allocated. Okay,
Yeah, correct. And
So-
the operating budget side contributing to that
Yeah,
reserve
okay.
has been passed, yeah.
Great. So that's ultimately a question for you folks. If you want to just leave it there, then nothing more is needed. If you want us to allocate it so that the reserve balance shows a 0 every year, then we'll need some motions at the end to do that. And that's ultimately up to you.
Okay. Councillor Faubert, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yes, would a third option be to just reduce the total amount of the livability tax collected by 200,000?
Yes, I mean, that could be, we could work on motions to explore that option as well. That would be going back and amending the operating budget to change the taxes collected.
Because yeah, that's why I wanted like if that was the approach, like what would be the cascading effect? Because that's kind of what happens here is like we do a thing and then there's a cascading effect we got to deal with. So, but the operating capital difference is really important. So delete what I said and I turn off my mic.
Would it be simple if I just made a motion, I know nothing's simple, but would it be simple if I just made a motion to reallocate the $200,000 to the housing or future, or one of those other lines? Yeah, I mean, do we need more than that?
So if you're reallocating to the 2026 contribution to the YWCA project, the intent was to do 10 million over the 2 years. So we could do that for 26. I guess the question is then, do we want to amend the 2027 project down by 200,000? So it is that 10 million commitment over the 2 years and isn't increasing that.
Easiest way is to add it then to funding for housing providers, right?
Yeah, it would sort it out across the years. There would still be a balance ending for 2026 since that specific project doesn't start till 2027, but it could be allocated out that way across the 2 years. It would work out.
Dr. Connell?
Honestly, the easiest thing is for you to just leave it.
Okay.
And given the uncertainty of the program,
Yeah.
I think it's fine to leave it because we will, let's assume that nothing happens and we are able to in fact collect the full amount. We'll just have a $200,000 balance in 2026 that you can then, in a year from now, when we're doing budget, you can allocate in 2027. So unless you're really fussed about that, that's the easiest thing. I think we just didn't want to assume what you wanted with that money, so wanted to have you give direction. So if you do nothing, our assumption will be it sits in reserve. If you want to have everything zeroed out, then let us know and we can create those motions.
Okay,
Okay?
I'm happy to have it sit. Okay, all right,
Thanks.
there we go, thank you. All right, moving to what is motion number 6 on the list of motions. I move that the Finance Committee direct administration to cancel the following 2023, 2024, 2025 projects. CAP 7265, the NRCB Review Silvertip Gondola Project. CAP 7375, Long-Term Financial Strategy Update. CAP 7393, Town Land Acquisition 2025. And CAP 7444, Wastewater Treatment Plant Upgrade Pilot. In speaking to this motion, I just would like to remind anybody who is watching this that the reasons for all of these were provided during finance committees leading up. For example, when the time is right for the NRCB review to add a project back in, it will. Long-term financial strategy is very important, but there's some software changes that are happening, a major changeover, and so it's best to delay it, and so we'll come back to land in the future, etc. So there's a reason for each one of these, and so for that reason, I will be supporting this motion. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'm going to see if we can get through to the next 4, and then we're going to take a quick break. All right? Unless is anybody needing a break right now? Not seeing anybody. Okay, so the next one. I move that Finance Committee direct administration to amend CAP 7359, Complete Street Improvements Railway to Maine, by $1,300,000 funded from the Asset Replacement Rehabilitation Reserve. I support this motion. Costs have gone up, and they're only going to continue to rise. That's historically true. And so to continue with this project now rather than later at a higher amount is my preference. Would anybody else like to speak to this motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Next one. Move that the Finance Committee direct administration to amend CAP 7371 Railway Avenue wastewater upgrade by $1,100,000 funded by debenture financing. Once again, same rationale that I provided on the previous one. We need to get this work done in order to keep on pace with the various infrastructure projects that we need to update over time. Anybody else like to speak to this motion? Seeing none, I call the question. Oh, Councillor Graham.
Sorry. Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just going to speak generally to debt and debt financing over the next little while.
Make it the next little while under 5 minutes.
Yeah. Keep it under a minute, hopefully. We've all seen the graphs as to the debt that we are going to be acquiring over the next while. And we are going to go over our debt limit in 2030 with the building of the wastewater treatment plant, which is required for regulatory reasons from the province. And there may be some things there that happen over that time that help deal with that amount of debt. However, again, we don't know what that may or may not look like. As such, I'm just getting more and more nervous about adding debt to our bottom line. Having said that, these projects need to happen. I wish they would happen from reserves. I'm not going to propose any amendments or changes to this, but I'm getting uncomfortable with the debt levels that we're continuing to add. That's all I'll say. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Just in response to your comments, I'd note a few things. One, the normal practice to handle infrastructure upgrades like that is reserves. It was noted during Finance Committee this is an exception to that, given that we had to move fast on the odor mitigation phase 3 that we approved. So normally this would have been reserves, but we had to use those reserves for other reasons. We've also talked to those reserves going up based on utility rates. As far as going over debt limits, I want to be perfectly clear that nobody misunderstands that we're going over the debt limit that's imposed by the government. In fact, far from it. We're one of the few municipalities that imposes its own internal restriction at 70% of that limit. And so when we're going over a debt limit, it's our own internally restricted one. And that still leaves us in much better standing than many. So while I understand your concerns, I also know that sometimes debenture financing is financially the best decision to make, given interest rates, given what you could make, on reserves or anything like that. There's a lot of things going into that, and so while I hear your concerns, I think that it's important to proceed with this one as recommended. Councillor Faubert.
Yeah, and thank you, Your Worship. I think that that this council will, as we move into our strategic planning and into our next budgeting process, have to consider our projected outstanding debts and our limits, because of the wastewater, like there are some significant debenture fundings in the future. I think that we have to be really careful to separate utility and capital projects and other capital projects, because utility rate model covers all of that. But I hear what you're saying, and then in the previous motion, we did cancel a long-term financial strategy project. which to me would have been something that would address what you're expressing a discomfort with. And so, but given the remarks of the mayor during that, I know that this council is going to be moving towards having those discussions and potentially moving forward with something like that after our financial systems have been upgraded. So because like that is a legitimate thing that we need to be turning our attention to is our debt. So I just wanted to validate those feelings and those concerns, but also express that we have a clear path in front of us and we are not exceeding any of the provincial limits that are mandated. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to this motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried with Councillor Graham opposed. The next motion I'll put forward is that the Finance Committee direct administration to amend CAP 7380 Railway Avenue Waterline Replacement Construction Phase 1 South to increase the budget by $3,100,000 funded by debenture financing. This is very similar to the last one. Does anybody have any additional comments that they'd like to make? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried with Councillor Graham opposed. And now I will move that the Finance Committee direct administration to amend CAP 7384 off-site levy bylaw litigation to increase the budget by $150,000 funded from General Capital Reserve. In speaking to this motion, there's no doubt litigation is expensive and we'd prefer not to be in litigation. However, our off-site levy bylaw, which was designed in order to be as fair as possible to our current ratepayers and new development, it was challenged, and so we have to defend that, and there's cost associated with that. And so I support this motion, and in doing so, recognize that at the end of the day, I truly believe that this money is well spent in that we're working to protect ratepayers by amounts much larger than this. Anyone else wishing to speak to this motion? Councillor Marin.
Yeah, I'm not going to support this motion. From my understanding, this budget has been increased already one time, and I think, although I understand the importance of protecting the ratepayers from litigation and that we are in litigation for the offsite levy bylaw, I think that just continuing to increase this budget as we continue through the process is not the best approach. So I will not be supporting this motion.
So just a question of clarification. So is your suggestion that we stop defending and stop the process?
No, I didn't suggest that, nor did I say that. I think that working within that budget that has already been provided for that litigation would be a preferred approach versus just continuing to increase that budget.
Okay, well, the advice we've received is that it's insufficient based on the amounts that is being spent, so keep that in mind. Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? Councillor Ma.
I can support this one, sir. I feel what happens is you start at one amount and you start at a bit of a lower amount, and you cross your fingers that the process will end a certain way. We're following through with the process, and this is like a slight amount that's being bumped up from where we were from before. I do know when we've gotten advice from our legal counsel that these have all been measured expenses, and it's just a reality of the situation. And at the end of the day, ratepayer is the same as the taxpayer, and these are the sort of decisions that, if we're successful, have a significant benefit for the affordability of our regular residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried with Councillor Marin opposed. Okay, so I'm going to suggest that we take a break until 10:45. Then, just so everybody's aware of the timing, we'll go from 10:45 to 11:30, and then we'll be taking a break. Based on where we are at that time, we'll have a better idea what the afternoon looks like. All right, so a break until 10:45. Wait till we're streaming again. Okay, we're back. Oh. We're back. And we are now on number 11 on the motion list. Right. Okay, so I move that Finance Committee direct administration to increase the community grant budget in the council operating budget by $10,000, bringing the total budget to $40,000, starting in 2026 to be funded from property taxes. So this and the next motion go to the presentation that we received from Ms. Jamieson about the community grant program. Heavily subscribed, and I think the number was that we had $150,000 worth of asks for a $30,000 budget. The need is great. In the big picture, adding $10,000 goes to help a bit, and so I would ask that you support this, that we can actually help more organizations within our community. The 30,000 has not been increased for quite a while, and so the recommendation was that we have some sort of mechanism by which it increases over time. I wasn't comfortable, as I mentioned then, about some sort of a COLA thing. I actually was thinking we needed to increase it more than that, at least to start with, and that's why the second motion is to propose some sort of a phased increase, come back to us with a suggestion. So I would welcome your remarks and hope that you would support this motion. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mayor Krausert. I'm definitely in favor of this motion. I wanted to double check. We increased it 10,000 last year from 20 to 30,
No.
30 to 40. So then this should bring it to 50.
Oh, I'm sorry, was it the wrong amounts?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a friendly amendment, bring it to 50,000. But I know that it had been,
Chelsea.
steady for quite a while. I think that, at 50,000, we're still short of where we could be. And the beauty of this money is that it actually multiplies. It allows organizations to do so much with the little bit that they're able to get, and it has so much benefit to our community through the programs that they provide, that this is money that is really, really well spent. So sorry for interrupting. Thank you for that correction, but I'll let you continue.
Yes, I just wanted to speak in favor, and the fact that because we weren't regularly increasing the grant amounts over a significant period of time, the increase in the last year budget and then this motion, I believe, brings our grant funding pot into the present moment, reflects not just population growth and cost of living, but the increased complexity of our community that the nonprofits that we are so lucky to have to deal with. And it gives them more resources to have that return on investment into our community as well. So I'm really grateful for this motion being brought forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Maw.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think this is a great motion to bring forward. Across our community, I think we have a lot of talent, and we have a lot of great people and organizations that are looking to bring ideas forward that really help our community. And so just by investing back into them, that's huge. I know from our micro grant program for artists, that was incredibly oversubscribed. Lamp House Bursary, same thing, lots of competition. And by us, continually increasing the pot and allow these things to happen, I think that's a great thing. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And so the accompanying motion is that Finance Committee direct administration to bring a proposal for phased increases to the community grant budget for future years to council for consideration by Q4 2026. And so this basically aligns with our next budgeting process. that we'll have some mechanism that we can, or options for mechanisms that we could then implement so that it basically takes care of itself. Councillor Faubert.
Yes, I'm definitely in support of this. I just have a procedural question. Do we want this to come back to council or to finance committee? Because if it came back to finance, like, it, right, like, I feel like I'm down for making motions to bring stuff like this back to the finance committee as well as council. I don't think it is unclear, but I just wanted to point that out.
All right. Mr. Mackay.
Administration also has plans and direction to bring back the community grants policy to council for amendments. So we may look to have this discussion with council when that policy comes back, because there could be policy edits that will be made in response to this motion.
So I'm going to leave the options open. I'm going to accept a friendly amendment to budget for future years to Finance Committee or Council for consideration by Q4. So that just leaves the door open whichever way is best. It could, if it comes earlier to Council, it satisfies this. If it doesn't come until Finance Committee, it satisfies this. So then we're good. Okay? Thank you for that, Councillor Faubert. And thank you, Mr. Mackay. Anyone else wishing to speak to this motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. The next one is more of a significant ask, but I think that there's a significant need. This was a motion. It's about a government relations position. This was something that was presented to us by administration during our earlier meetings, the Finance Committee, and I believe that it is something that we now need. So I move that Finance Committee direct administration to add a government relations senior advisor position to the Executive Office operating budget for $219,000 to be funded by property taxes. Now, to be clear, this is not just the salary and benefits for this person. There's also a budget. This role often requires some travel, and whether it be to mid-sized cities gatherings, Alberta municipality gatherings, up to Edmonton to meet with people in the legislature and in the administration there. Etc. We are the only member of Alberta mid-sized cities of the 24 communities that does not have one of these positions. And I see how we're lacking because of it. That role brings a lot of bench strength and breadth to an organization in taking a more like a strategic approach, that somebody has it on their desk as their responsibility. It's not being operated off the side of the desk or multiple desks. This does not mean that we would not have some consultants from time to time, because there's still need for that. I see this very much like we have a town solicitor who is able to manage and direct a lot of files, but still needs to hire other outside lawyers from time to time. This position will be able to advise us on strategically on some decisions. It will be able to advise council, like for example, we just went to AB Munis. This position would be able to review all the resolutions of AB Munis, provide council with some information on them, organize a meeting ahead of time so we could discuss them, and we walk into those resolutions much more prepared than we currently are, and we currently don't have the staffing to do that. It also will be able to advise us on things that are coming down the pipeline from other levels of government, and be able to follow them, track them, and help the organization navigate them. It will also allow us to develop those relationships even deeper at a administrative level with the government at various levels and other municipalities, in order to get into meetings, get onto the radar for new things that arise, share best practices, etc. I'd strongly encourage you to consider supporting this motion and look forward to hearing your comments. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Your Worship. I believe that this is responsive to our current and developing needs over time. It's a position and a role that I believe I've suggested in the past would be beneficial to our organization. For me, the objective of voting in support of this motion is for me to achieve specific objectives, which is to gain objective, non-political advice from a government relations senior advisor for this council. So I think that would benefit us into the future, so very specifically into these government relation areas, which can be quite tricky and fluid and dynamic, changing by the day. So I'm in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent point about the fluid and dynamic environment. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Mayor Krausert. Although there is definitely a significant budgetary implication to this, I would be strongly in favor of supporting this motion and this new position for a number of reasons, including what you said, that we're essentially playing catch up with other similar sized municipalities in our province to have a position like this. And I'm also hopeful that there will be some budgetary offsets due to less need for like ad hoc lobbying to the provincial government to play catch up on issues. Rather, we would have a position that would essentially allow us to get ahead of some of those issues before they arise, or take on some of that communication conversation for themselves. So yes, I would be in support of this.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hillstad.
Thank you. I will also be in support of this. It just shows where we're at as a community now. We're not that little tiny small town that from 20 years ago. We've done a lot of growing, and with that, we need to change how we do things. And I think this is an important position that going forward is going to be very necessary. So I'm happy to support.
Thank you, Councillor Ma.
Happy to support there, Your Worship. I think most things have been said by my fellow councillors here. Definitely, relationship building is very helpful with any provincial government, and I think with this current one, and also given our town's various needs and challenges. I also look forward to the fact that we have a senior advisor. They can also collaborate with senior advisors from other communities as well, and that helps with the group advocacy piece, strategic thinking, and just we can learn what we don't know about yet, and so that's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Marin.
Thank you, Mayor Krausert. I agree with everything that has been said so far. I find myself in just a bit of I'm just reluctant to vote in favor, not because I don't agree that we don't need this position, but because I feel like I don't have enough information to kind of know exactly what this person will be doing. So I would, for me, would like more information about that job description, about what that looks like before pulling the trigger on a full-time permanent position. So I think I'm going to not vote in favor of it, knowing that the motion is going to pass, just because I feel like I am missing some information to fully support moving forward with it. Sorry, I didn't mean to touch the mic. But again, not because I disagree with the position or adding it, or from what my colleagues have said, but just because I feel like I'm missing information to fully support it moving forward.
Okay. If I could just, thank you for that. If I could just ask Dr. Cottle a question then. Prior to the budget coming back to council, is there something that could be provided that could meet Councillor Marin's request for a job description? It doesn't have to be the final form, or we wouldn't be approving a job description, but at least at that time, they might provide some comfort in supporting a budget that includes this position.
Yeah, I believe Councillor Murray also asked for this, or talked about it in a finance committee meeting. So, and I'm happy to provide it. We do have a draft, but I also will caution, it's not a standard practice. We do not provide job descriptions to council. There's a nose in, fingers out level of detail. So I'm reluctant to provide it, to set a standard that's normal for what we do for approving positions. So I will provide it, and I'm happy to, but I also think there probably needs to be a different discussion at another time about what information council needs for approving positions, because it would be a step in a direction we don't want to go if this were to become normative. And I'm not trying to prevent council from getting the information they need for decision-making, but council also doesn't approve job descriptions. So just want to be clear about roles and responsibilities there, but also provide the info you need.
And I want to be respectful of that, and I think that there's a line to walk.
Yeah.
Getting that information for information, so that a person understands what that position's all about. It's one thing if it's a very normal position that we know about versus
Something new.
Something new. So just and also I agree, it's not for council to approve a job description, and so for us to comment upon that or provide suggested changes, that's getting fingers in. So I would just say, just for information purposes, it's
Can do.
it's on the right side of the line, I think. Okay, thank you. Councillor Marion, did you have something you wanted to add to that?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, I'm not looking to approve the job description or anything like that. This is obviously a very senior position with a high cost to it, and it's a new position. So I'm not suggesting that we need to be asking for job descriptions or approving jobs that are brought forward. But for this one in particular, I just feel like I need more information to know what the ROI is. So what are we getting back as a town? And as council for investing this amount of money. And again, it's a permanent full-time position that's being asked for, so it's not a one-off. This is a constant operating fund or operating budget. So I respect that it's not necessarily the norm to ask for that information, but I feel like in this particular motion, with a very senior position, with a large financial investment, that's where I feel like some more information about what that ROI and what those outcomes is would be helpful for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm happy to support this. Our town is more sophisticated than it used to be. Government relations are more sophisticated than they used to be. The competitive advantage that we lack compared to other mid-sized cities isn't necessary, and we can come to the table with a more sophisticated view of what's going on up in Edmonton and other areas and other jurisdictions. We all had the same information, and we all had the opportunity to ask questions of clarification when this was brought forward. Yeah, I guess I'll just remind my colleagues that you've got those opportunities to make that happen at those points in time, and that's when to be done. Thanks.
Okay. I have nothing to add in closing, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried with Councillor Marion opposed. Moving on to the next motion then. This has to do with the Rotary Canada Day Pancake Breakfast budget. This is a new one. We did not talk about this in Finance Committee. A couple of members of Rotary had requested to meet with me. I met with them earlier this week, I think it was. Basically, costs have been increasing for the budget. For those new, the way that this works for the pancake breakfast, it's one of the longtime events, very popular event. They had over 2,000 people attend the pancake breakfast this past year. Even in rainy times, I remember volunteering a couple years back, and it was pouring rain, and still people were showing up for their pancakes. Really quite remarkable. Anyway, the arrangement is that we provide the funding. Rotary organizes with Stampede Breakfast. They do all of the setup. They do all of the provide all the volunteers. They run the breakfast, and then all of the cleanup. And until this past year, the amounts we provided were able to cover the costs. However, and the amount that we've provided in the past, since 2016, it's been set at $10,000. So in the past, there's been some split between various organizations, but it's been set at $10,000, this budget amount within the council operating budget. Since 2016, except for 1 year, it dropped down to $5,000, and that was during the COVID time. And then it went back up to 10,000, where it's been the last few years. The amount of costs this year was over $12,000. They do get $1,000 from the MD of Bighorn. They're also asking them for an increase too. So between the two of these, if we approve this and the MD approves theirs, they'll be in a position to cover all those costs. Now, I did say to them that, you know, the expectation is that if the invoice is less than this amount needed, that you would provide that. I don't anticipate that happening, but that's what, you know, they get the bill from Stampede Breakfast, basically, and then they cover those costs with the grants that they receive. So I would ask you, I think that this is a really important community event. Without the pancake breakfast and with the Canada Day Committee having folded a little while back, and so we don't do the events after the parade anymore. I think between the breakfast and the parade, it still makes for a really great day and sets up people having fun on Canada Day with their families or friends afterwards. So I would like to see this stay in place and just bump up the budget a little bit in order to cover those costs. I welcome your comments and hope for your support. Councillor Graham.
Your Worship, I just have a couple of questions. I'm not familiar with some of the history behind this one. So Rotary started doing a pancake breakfast and came to the town requesting funding for it. Is that?
I don't know the exact origins. What it has been for several years, though, is that Rotary provides the volunteers to do this. They actually see it as the town's pancake breakfast. Whether or not we agree with that or not, that's another thing. But the pancake breakfast has been part of Canada Day for quite a while, and Rotary has been providing the logistical setup. There, of course, the town does a lot with regards to you know, providing bins and that sort of thing, and some people and some barriers and barricades and that sort of thing. Just like the town does a lot to support the parade. And those are all in-kind contributions from the town. But that's the system. I'm not saying that anything's changing with the system. I'm just saying to continue that, more money is needed.
I just note that it is the Rotary Canada Day Parade, or pancake
Well,
breakfast.
I mean, that's what it was called. I think in our that's what I called it. In our budget, it's called Canada Day. And it's for $10,000. And typically what they do is after the Canada Day, they send an invoice to us and then we pay $10,000.
Thank you.
Yeah. Dr. Cottle, was there something that had to be dealt with?
Just a little bit more clarity. I don't know the full background either, Mayor Krauser, but I can, to your question, Councillor Graham, there was a time when we had a Canada Day committee, and I believe that and that was run in the community, and I believe Rotary may have had some involvement there. But over time, all the various organizations sort of split out their roles and responsibilities. So Rotary became solely responsible for the pancake breakfast. The town became solely responsible for the parade, and then the Canada Day Committee did the after things in the park and fireworks. And then the Canada Day Committee exists no more, but there was a time within the last 10 years where, maybe more than that, but those budgets were all kind of mushed together, and as the three organizations each clarified their roles and responsibilities, the budgets all separated. So I believe that's part of how this ended up in council, was around clear roles and responsibilities given various organizations when the community was quite different, all working together.
Yeah, and going back 20 years, the budgets were not always to one organization. They might have been split but in recent years, it's all been for the pancake breakfast. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Your Worship. Canada Day is such an integral part of our community, and the pancake breakfast has been an integral part of that. And I love being able to support heritage events like this. I understand that costs have increased, and so I understand where this is coming from. However, while I am prepared to support this motion, having a budgetary number of $2,000, on a screen without any supporting documentation, I find that a little bit hard to support specific numbers like that. So I just wanted to flag that, in the future, I'd like to see just a little bit more information, like in a closed session invoice or something like that. That would support
I can
this.
provide you all that.
Okay.
I'm doing a verbal report to it right now, and of course, I'm obligated to share with you the truth.
Yes, of course. Yeah, no, I'm not saying that you're not,
I
but
can provide you all of the backup information for it.
yeah,
And I recognize it is last minute, but I also recognize this is an itsy bitsy little amount for a big impact on our community.
understood. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Faubert?
Thank you, Mayor Kressert, and thank you for bringing forward this motion. I'm in support of it because I believe that this is an investment into a signature event for our community that aligns with other interest holders in the community doing their events, including the Canada Day Run. It feeds people. It feeds people on a really big day when they're doing a lot of things, and sometimes it can be hard to eat. This is my personal struggle sometimes. So feeding our community with a pancake breakfast on Canada Day, to me, it aligns with my values, aligns with what I believe in terms of investing in community and feeding people. I also want just to highlight that, to me, this is a strange situation that the council operating budget has event support in it, when we have a whole other system for supporting events. And so I think this would be a good conversation for us to have at the strategic planning table, potentially, if it's a priority for this council. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a historic anomaly that you are remarking on. I'm sure it came up at some point by council and it went into council's budget and just stayed there. But that could have been 30 years ago, I don't know. Yeah. Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Worship. I think Councillor Flaubert brings up a great point there. When I first saw the ask, I was like, well, maybe they could apply to the community grants. We raised that up, and they could kind of come in through a level playing field of everyone else. Having said that, Councillor Murray's also brought up it is a heritage event, and it's been a long go, and yeah, pancakes are great. Part of me was curious if, I've been kind of looking at some of the stuff here. I think there's some confusion in the community where it's exclusively the Rotary Club that does it, when really Town of Canmore funds it. And I'm not diminishing the heavy lift of the volunteering work to put it on, but I also feel if we're to do this, I would have a bit of a higher expectation that Town of Canmore's involvement and support is also elevated in the advertising of it.
Okay, that puts more work on probably us, but we can come out and volunteer. It helps build the exposure. Yep, been there, done that. Councillor Marin.
Yeah, I'm going to support this motion, for reasons that everybody has said. Obviously, Canada Day is a big thing in the community. I also want to just support what Councillor Faubert said as well, that it also is a bit odd to me that that this one particular event is I guess an item that we're discussing where there are other options. So I think we should probably look at that moving forward as to what that looks like. But yeah, I'm not opposed to increasing this budget for the Canada Day pancake breakfast. And then to Councillor Ma's point as well, we just took a look at the poster, and there's this tiny mention of Town of Canmore on that poster. Again, not taking any of the recognition away from Rotary, but I wonder if there should be some more recognition that the Town of Canmore is funding that pancake breakfast, and that it's funded through property taxes and what that looks like. Maybe having that through an events system would work better that way because there'd be kind of more influence that way. I'm not sure what that would look like. So I just wanted to add those few comments.
Thank you. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I too will follow along the lines of, if we're funding this, I'd like a town of Canmore pancake breakfast operated by or supported by the Rotary Club of Canada or Rotary Canmore. I think that would be appreciated. And I too would like to see this come back through a regular process. This is a very small amount of money, but it is money and it is tax supported. Thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to make sure, I'll definitely pass along that feedback to Rotary that, some greater acknowledgement about town of Canmore is appreciated. I just don't want it to be on Rotary as to where this is sat in the budget. The fact that this is the process, this is where it is. They're already approved for 10,000, and they've been approved for 10,000 for some years. And it's been in the budget for 30 years or so, I'm guessing, at least 20. And this also could have been brought up at any other previous budget. So at this point, it just seems to be making a little bit of a mountain of a molehill, but maybe that's what brings about change. Well, I mean, it's just, we've had more discussion about this than several of the motions that were much more impactful than $2,000. So it's just surprising me. Councillor Maude, did you have something further?
Just question, Your Worship. So when it says like starting in 2026, is this an assumption that it will be 12,000 every year moving forward?
We just have the 2026 budget.
Okay.
And if we approve it beyond that, that will be for next year's discussion.
Okay, great. Just checking. Thank you.
Yeah. Anyone else wishing to speak to this motion? Okay, and sausages.
That's what the 2000
Okay, More sausage. All right. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Ms. Gibbons.
Sorry, just so we are operationalizing kind of these changes, usually when we see that wording of kind of starting in 2026, we will be doing the plan for 27
Absolutely.
through 30.
Yeah.
So I would, unless I hear otherwise, our intent would be to add it to 26 and the
Yeah,
years 27 through 30.
The costs
Not
have
1 year.
increased to
Okay,
them.
perfect.
Yeah, the costs have increased to them, and if next year there's concerns, they can bring it up next year. Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, that brings us to. Okay, so tell you what, this is actually I'm going to call upon Mr. Mackay to come speak about child mining at Elevation Place. It's going to allow some questions to be asked. We're going to be wrapped up in 12 minutes. We're not going to be putting a motion on the table before we wrap up. This will give an opportunity for people to hear the information and then can connect with me prior to us starting up at 1 o'clock as to maybe what their intentions are, and we can make sure we have the right motion going forward if a motion is going to be brought. Okay? All right, so Mr. Mackay, you get to bring us into lunch, and hopefully, I don't think it's a long presentation, so there'll be opportunity for questions. Okay.
Thank you, sir. That's a good sausage one there.
In just a second. I tried the F8. There we go. You press F8 after you plug in. Thank you, Mayor Krauser. So yes, the intent is to provide a little bit of information around child mining, since some members of the Finance Committee have expressed some interest in exploring continuing the service as opposed to discontinuing it, as was decided upon last year. So just as a little bit of background, Motion 169-2022 really was the impetus for us to be bringing forward optional increases and optional decreases to council, which for administration is a fair bit of work, and we do put a fair bit of thought into what we bring forward for you to consider as far as optional increases or decreases. So when we did that for the 2025 and 2026 budget, brought forward approximately 21 optional increases and 26 optional decreases. So I don't want this discussion to be in the context of, to not acknowledge the context that this was one option of very many that were brought forward. Additionally, I would say that by bringing this forward, it's not a reflection on the staff who provide this service or anything like that. It really just provides a mechanism for Council and the Finance Committee to make priority choices amongst the various services provided by the municipality. We eventually got to motion 37-2025 with the Finance Committee, which did give us direction to end the service starting in 2026. You'll notice if a member of the Finance Committee does bring forward the motion wording we've provided, it specifies a $55,000 increase, and that's increase in cost, and that's really due to accounting for cost of living adjustments, changes to the benefits program, things that get wrapped up into employee salaries, wages, and benefits that weren't known when this motion was put forward. You know, in preparing the options for this optional reduction for the Finance Committee and Council, we're guided by relevant policy. And one of those is the Rec Services Operating Policy, which provides some, I think, really helpful operating principles along with a cost recovery framework that really guides the work of administration when operating recreation services. I love this policy personally because what it does is it provides us the direction to maximize community benefit while also being responsible with the financing that's provided and have I would say, a business forward mindset that isn't always present in certain services that the municipality can provide. When I say that, it's about revenue generation, not just cost control. That's really what I mean there. When we look at service utilization, which I know is something that's come up and there's been questions about that, this is a graph that shows the number of visits to the child minding service compared to the hours operated since the service began at Elevation Place in 2013. And instead of marking this up with pens, I've highlighted a few things just to chat about here to draw your attention to. The first is that 2013, we only operated for a partial year. It's when Elevation Place opened. The service was curtailed significantly from 2020 to 2022 through pandemic restrictions, so I wouldn't pay too much attention to those time periods. And then I also noted that 2014, 17, 18, 23, and 24 had a fairly similar number of hours operated, but we noticed a significant change in the number of visits or usage of the service. So just when there's discussion out there that there's been a significant decrease in the number of hours provided, I would say in some years compared to others, but the pandemic was not a marked transition, I would say, compared to what we were experiencing previously. I'd also identified that during 2024 and 2025, because the service was being underutilized, particularly in the summer months, we repurposed that space during July and August and offered another child care type service for a previously underserved age group, 3 and 4-year-olds, by offering half-day camps. So I would say you can see here that the number of hours operated went down, the visits went down, but that doesn't include the usage of that other child care program that was offered during a relatively underutilized time period. So there's the stats. Pause there unless there's questions. Child minding's experienced some issues, and there's been various efforts over the years around this service. One of those issues has been with staff recruitment and retention. So certainly made it challenging to provide the service on a reliable basis throughout the years. One of the efforts to combat that is, I can't remember exactly which year, I believe it was around 2018, we did convert a number of casual hours into part-time positions in an attempt to offer more stable work for individuals and recruit there. We've seen less post-pandemic usage compared to the 2014 to 2019 period. And I would say there's also been an effort to evaluate our services as we do with just about any of our services. So this has included schedule changes over the year where we tried evening service based on some feedback, found out it wasn't as utilized as we thought it would be in the evenings, tried afternoons, which for many families corresponded with nap time, so it wasn't a great time. Found the morning time slot to be fairly reliable overall, but it's not as if the service has been static since it began operating in 2013. And then, as I mentioned, the day camp offerings in July and August in 24 and 25. Also in 2018, a software upgrade allowed us to provide a reservation opportunity as opposed to just a first come, first serve, so that families could plan their visit with some assurance that the service would be available and they'd be able to drop their child off. And with that, I just have a question slide here, so I'm happy to answer any questions to the best of my ability.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mackay. There are lots of questions coming here. Councillor Hillstead.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. With those, I got a couple questions, but to start off with the day camps, is that still planned to continue going forward, even if this service doesn't?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I've had some people reach out just basically asking if there's an option for them to basically volunteer to basically provide the service, and I just wanted to know what, how that would even work, if it's even possible, and if basically I should be getting them in contact with admin, or how that would work.
Yeah, I think if someone's interested in providing childcare and the service were to continue, I'd encourage them to apply for one of the positions as they're posted. There are also some casual hours available, which might fit certain lifestyles a little bit better. I would say the other model to that is if someone was interested in forming an organization and providing childcare services through volunteers. We have lots of great community groups who provide really important community services in town of Canmore facilities.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Mr. Mackay. If you could go back to the graph of the usage, please. Oh, thank you. So how would you compare overall use of recreation services at Elevation Place across that graph as well?
I can't off the top of my head give you a percentage, but I would say our membership, the number of memberships sold has rebounded at or beyond 2019 levels.
Okay.
Is one, I guess, proxy potentially.
And do we see the usage, is the visit trend connected to recreation usage changes post-COVID? Like, are people making different choices post-COVID and thus the reduced use of this service?
Sure, again, without the numbers at the tips of my fingers to provide you with a percentage, I would say that recreation hasn't noticed a marked decrease overall in usage. Yeah, but I'd have to pull additional stats to quantify that.
And then are the future trends for recreation increased usage? Do we expect us to continue growing our memberships and going over the pre-pandemic levels and continued growth?
Do we expect to keep growing our usage of the facility? I would say as the population of Canmore continues to grow, we'd expect that the facility would be used more. I mean, it was designed, the Elevation Place was designed for a larger population than Canmore had when it opened in 2013. You know, and we're already seeing pressures in various areas.
Okay. And you're done with your question? Okay, Councillor Murray?
Thank you, Mayor Krauser. Thank you, Mr. Mackay, for this presentation. This is a lot of really great information. I'm one of the people who wanted to sort of bring this back again, and I realize it's a little unusual. This is a decision made that was almost a year ago, kind of at the 11th hour when it comes to the closure here. But I did feel it was good to revisit. For me, this does not seem to be aligned with council's strategic plan around municipal programs, facilities, and services that help to attract and retain families and support community diversity, as well as municipal initiatives and services designed to increase affordability. So, I mean, there's an identified need in this community around a lack of childcare spaces, yet we're finding this program underutilized, and I'm trying to get a better understanding as to why.
Sure. I would say, I mean, childcare, I wouldn't necessarily paint with one brush. So for many folks, there's daycare, where it's a matter of a childcare service while somebody is working or away and can't provide that care for a sustained period of time. Whereas this childcare service, child minding, is really intended to facilitate access for a discrete period of time, up to 2 hours, to rec facilities for parents or caregivers. So there is some nuance to the types of service. I'd also take the opportunity to say that childcare is a provincial responsibility. And stepping into this space was really a way for the municipality to increase access to recreation facilities.
Thank you. Another question that I have is around, so the service is set to close at this point in time on December the 20th. Is that correct?
The end of the year.
End of the year-ish, okay.
Yeah, so December 20th, maybe the last day. I can't recall exactly when the last child minding service would be.
Should a motion come forward today to essentially reverse this decision? I mean, what does that actually mean operationally?
Yeah, so staff at this point have been informed that the service is to be discontinued, so that information has gone out. Some staff have likely made other plans, whether it be looking for different employment or traveling, etc. So we need to recruit, and that would likely mean that the service would be reduced or may not be provided for a period of time while we staffed up again in order to provide it. Sounds good.
What is the space being earmarked for after the switch in service there?
So the day camp program, when provided, will still run out of that space for 3 and 4 year olds during the summer and other periods, and then it'll be available for the public to access and book for various activities.
And thank you. And final question: what kind of analysis of alternatives were done as far as keeping a child minding type service or something to afford support council's strategic priorities around this?
Yeah, as far as I guess alternatives are concerned, really we added this to the list of optional increases and decreases. So it didn't have direction at the time to come back with an alternative to fill that.
Ms. Smithers, you have something to add?
With that said,
I did want to add, when we started these discussions, we did look at an option of having the space used for child care more in alignment with Mr. Mackay's description of that as a provincially regulated matter. We did connect with Canmore Community Child Care on that, and those discussions really led us to understand that given the provincial requirements they are obligated to meet, the space is really too small for them to use it effectively. So it was an option that we explored, but it's not a space that lends itself to use like that.
Thank you. And thank you.
Okay, Councillor Marin.
Thank you, Mr. Mackay, for the extra information. And you might not have this number off the top of your head, so I apologize if I'm putting you on the spot. So my understanding is we subsidize it by $50,000, but it's also a paid service. So I'm also curious, like, what is the overall operating budget? How much are we subsidizing with that $50,000? Is that, do you know approximately?
Yeah, I can, it varies year to year based on the ability to actually pay staff to deliver the service.
Yeah.
But the budget for 2025 was $12,000 in revenue.
Okay.
And so the staff cost would be in the 62,000,
Okay.
yeah, dollars staff cost.
Okay, so we're, the town of Canmore, this budget line is subsidizing it, the majority of it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to get an understanding of kind of that overall picture, whether it was a 25% subsidy or a 80% subsidy, so.
I would
If
just,
I understand correctly, the 50,000 is what we ended up subsidizing, but that wasn't the plan to subsidize it by that much.
Okay,
Because that's actually one of the problems, is that we're subsidizing it that much, because under the policy, right?
well, over time, the revenue has come down.
Yeah.
So from closer to $20,000 in revenue per year at a time when staff costs were lower. We end up in a budget situation where we're closer to $12,000 in revenue a year, where staff costs have gone up. So the amount of subsidy has increased over time for those reasons.
okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
I would also say that the subsidy, that dollar value doesn't include the cost of maintaining the space, life cycling equipment, those types of pieces. It's strictly the staff cost.
Okay, thank you, that helps me understand the context of the whole thing. Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Okay, Councillor Mall?
Thank you, Worship. Thank you for Mr. Mackay. I'm just trying to understand, if I say yes to one thing, what am I saying no to? And you were also saying that, like, I love the fact in July and August, we're gonna continue using the space for childcare through like day camps for an underutilized group. And you spoke towards facility rentals. What sort of revenue projections might we get if we were renting this facility? Is this like birthday parties or small groups or?
Yeah, it could be birthday parties, could be other, activities, homework club. It also could be rented to, like, there's a variety of, programs that could be provided.
Yeah.
Because we don't have it fully designed as far as what it could, I guess, be used for by various groups, and we don't know what the interest is out there. I'm hesitant to give a projection for how many groups would be interested in booking it on an ongoing basis.
Has there been any demand towards, say, facility rental, like across the board?
Our multi-purpose spaces
Sure, yeah.
are used quite a bit for various activities.
Yeah.
We haven't collected bookings for this space
Sure.
specifically just yet.
Right. Okay.
So Dr. Cottle wanted to add something, and I do recognize if Councillor Forbear, if you need to go, please feel free.
I was going to say that if I'm going to step out, and then before we return for the lunch, I'll review the video.
Okay, great,
So anything, I won't miss anything, I will.
We can also update you, yeah.
great, thank
The
you.
video might not be available yet. The video won't be available yet, but we'll update you, yeah. I was just gonna add to Mr. Mackay, so we haven't made it available because it's still being
Sure.
used. But one of the things that we get a request from the Stoney Nakoda Nation for spaces in Canmore for ceremony, bead workshops, knowledge sharing. So we have started to look at what it might look like to work with them with this space. But again, because it's still in use, we
don't
really don't
overcommit
know
it,
what future
right.
use is, and haven't wanted to presuppose that. But those are some of the additional things to
Okay.
what Mr. Mackay offered that we've also been talking about.
Okay, that's super helpful to know. And just one last question, Mr. Mackay. As Councillor Marin brought up, like, there's a $50,000 deficit for this thing. Is there some sort of right-size pricing model that we might be able to come up where we, like, reduce the service, but, like, come up with a different rate so the thing kind of works itself in a more meaningful way? Kind of like how we did Safe Park back in the day. We, like, piloted it. It was, like, on the cusp, but then we figured it out, and now it's, like, 5 years in. Is there a path here?
Yeah, I think you're talking about the equilibrium price, really.
Yeah.
And
$10?
I'm hesitant to think that I think around $3 or $4 per half hour to have the service provided. I don't know if price is necessarily a barrier, and I don't know if increasing it would provide the revenue required to get it back to, I guess, a greater cost recovery percentage.
Thank you.
So there's uncertainty there.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Graham?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I think we're getting $12,000 in revenue and $50,000 in subsidies. We'd have to like quadruple the cost of that service essentially to break even.
Or run it smaller.
Sure. All great questions by my colleagues. I'm wondering, has there been a demographic change in the user membership of Elevation Place at all?
You know, I don't have that stat off the
Yeah,
top of
I'm
my
sorry.
head, but what I did have a look at, because I was kind of curious about demographics as well, is had a look at the demographic period for the municipality over the last number of years. And I believe it goes up to age 9 or 7 to 0. The population in that group has stayed fairly steady over the last many years as the rest of the populations continue to grow in Canmore.
Thank you for that. And then I wonder, was there ever a user survey done? How do we make this service more better for the rest, for the people?
Yeah, I mean, I think that no official survey necessarily, but we do collect feedback on an ongoing basis. So I did have a look at some of the customer feedback back to 2014, and some of it is, please offer the service in the evenings, which we tried and didn't get a ton of uptake with. Please offer the service in the afternoons, tried that, didn't get a lot of uptake with. So we've tried various models based on some of the feedback that's been provided, and seen varying results when it comes to utilization.
Yeah. As this motion may or may not come back, I just want to say that, you know, back in the day, this was an important service for me. And it disappoints me to see it go, but there are responsible decisions to be made, and sometimes they're hard, and this might be one of them. This is one of them.
Thank you, Councillor. Looking to see if there are any other questions. Okay, so thank you everyone for your great questions. Thank you, Mr. Mackay and colleagues for all the answers. This gives us stuff to think about. We'll take a break until 1 o'clock. If any member of council feels inclined that they would like to be bringing a motion, let me know so that we can make sure we pick that up first thing when we come back. All right? So until 1 o'clock. Okay, welcome back, everyone, from lunch. I'm just going to ask the question of council if, based on the presentation that we had before lunch, if anybody was wishing to bring a motion with respect to that subject. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Mayor Krausert. This was a really great discussion to have in the public sphere, I think. This is a really difficult decision, obviously, with budgetary implications, the fact that this was a decision that was made last year. But it's also a very important service for the people who do use it, even if it has been underutilized in the past. And I think to facilitate a discussion at the council table, I would like to put forward a motion. I'm going to put forward more or less the motion that was sort of in our motion list here, with just one change to the words. I would like to remove the word permanent, which is quite prescriptive of something that we can't really guarantee into the future. So the motion would be that Finance Committee direct administration to maintain 2025 service levels in the Child and Youth Business Unit through the continuation of childminding service, resulting in a net expense of approximately $55,000 in 2026.
Okay, and would you like to speak to that motion any further?
Not at this point. I'd love to hear what the rest of council has to say, if there are any comments.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor, looking to council to see if anyone would like to speak to the motion. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Councillor Murray. I'm leaning towards supporting this, but only in the sense that I think there is some strategic work to be done in terms of childcare spaces in our community. I know that is not an area of our jurisdiction, but we are a player on the board. We provide some services. We even provide an entire building for a daycare and preschool to run, or to run out of, the roundhouse, right? So we are involved in childcare in the sense, and I think that there is a potential where we can spend the next year still providing the service to our community and finding a solution where we no longer, as the municipality, are delivering childcare in necessarily this space, but there is childcare services available near Elevation Place by other organizations. And then that would be the context within which no longer moving forward with this business unit would have less of an impact on the community. And I'd like to take another year to get there, so I'll be in support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Marin.
Thank you, Mayor Krausert, and thanks to Councillor Murray for putting this motion forward. I am also inclined to support this motion for at least one more year. So I think, like Councillor Faubert said, there's an opportunity to review this program and see how we can make changes to make it more sustainable. But from hearing from community members, I think it is a service that does help people stay in our community. Understanding that daycare is a provincial jurisdiction, this is a service that does help local families with their childminding. So yeah, I'm inclined to support this, but again, I would see it as more, and I'm not suggesting an amendment to the motion, but I would see it more as kind of a one more year to try to figure out how we can make this more sustainable, whether it's this program or another organization that wants to come forward to kind of fill this gap. Yeah, so that's where I'm at with it right now.
Dr. Cottle, I was wondering if you had any thoughts around the implications of this program if it were to continue, and the comments around strategy and whatnot coming in the coming year.
Yeah, thanks. So I think the permanent continuation on our part was intentional, to be clear to finance, to include it in all future budget years, and that we would simply be resuming the service. So I appreciate Councillor Murray's comments about nothing. Oh, it just went down on its own. Sorry, startled me. Nothing is permanent. So I do think that's a good upgrade to remove that language. But if council is looking for some kind of analysis, we will just restart the service and it will operate as is. If you're wanting something else, we'll need direction on the something else. This is just to put it back the way it was before.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. So, Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. You look like you had something to say there, but
No, I was just wondering, Councillor Murray, were you wanting to add to the debate or just for close? Okay, that's right. Yeah, go ahead then, please.
I appreciate Councillor Murray bringing this one forward. This is a tough decision. This was a tough decision 2 years ago. This was a tough decision last year. But your motion basically says to continue doing exactly what we've been doing. And what we've been doing hasn't been as effective as it used to be. The usage is actually less, let's call it half. You know, when I was a single dad, this was an important service for me. I used it. I get the need. But as Councillor Moss said earlier, when you say yes to one thing, you say no to another. And I can't see continuing along the same path. This one is not financially viable as we've been doing it. And we've taken 2 years to date to kind of sort through that. And we've had other programs where we've had to relook at them and tweak the model. Safe Park is, I think, a good example of one that wasn't doing well, and we were able to change it around to make it into something. And I'd like to think that we did that over the last 2 years as well. Staffing them is hard. Usage is way down. There are opportunities for the space to do other things. We are not in, this is not daycare. This is child minding. We are not in the daycare business. The daycare business is a provincial issue. There are hard decisions to make sometimes, and I wish there was a viable option to move forward with this one. And I don't see this as a viable option structured this way at this time. I'm sorry.
Councillor Ma.
Okay. Thank you, Your Worship. First off, I wanted to thank Councillor Berry for bringing up the motion. It shows, volumes of compassion and caring for our community, and that's to be applauded. Having said all that, this program has been going on for quite some time, and I was looking at a recent report we're just given from admin. We're at half the usage from where we were before, when the program was a little bit better. And we've had an extended amount of time. This past year, it was utilized, but it wasn't utilized in the way it was like knocking it out of the park, making it a clear-cut sort of piece. And I think one of the other challenges too is, as mentioned by Councillor Graham, the staffing piece, and also it's the subsidy of the $55,000. That is a taxpayer hit, and I do think we could probably do some other things to help in that regard. In terms of the space as well, space is limited with the town, and so we are using this space as well, as we did last summer, for child programs, which is great. We addressed an audience of like 3 to 4 year olds having day camps there, and perhaps as we change from this mode, there's some other potential programs we could do as well. This space in a community where meeting space, community space is limited and rentals could be achieved, I think that'd be interesting to see what we could do with that as well. So at this current point, what I'm hearing from councillors, this is a tough one. I have kids, I've gone through this phase. But yeah, right now I'm leaning towards not supporting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hillstad.
Thank you. And thank you, Councillor Murray, for bringing this forward. At this moment, I'm not inclined to support this. We've extended it. I think the original Finance Committee, I might be misremembering, but we were originally gonna it was gonna end there, but then we extended it to keep going. And that's why we're at this point now of looking at it still being going when it was supposed to actually end a while ago. Yes, there's been a lot of outreach. We see all the emails. I feel for all of those that this will affect, but at the same time, the use case isn't as strong as it once was. I'm not sure why that's changed over the years, because again, our population's been increasing. So you would think that it would just be going up, but it's unfortunately gone the other way and trended down. It's a challenge to staff this. I know that on the back end, it's probably a lot more complicated than what it looks like just to those using it. Yeah, it's just, to me, maybe eventually we find something else, but right now I just can't support just continuing to kick this down. And, I don't think Min has been sitting back and just being like, not trying different things. I think we've tried lots of different things, and it's just we're not getting the turnout that we need. And yes, it's generally a small amount, but there's a lot that goes into these types of programs and things. And again, it's child minding. It's not childcare that would fall under the province, and it's not something that we should necessarily be in. I think the town made a decision back in the day to do that, and that was the decision that was made, and definitely it worked for a while, but again, it just doesn't seem to be working as it could now. And I don't think continually try to push this through and try to make changes as we go is going to be the best use of our time. I think we can look at other things. I'm hoping that with some of the emails that we've received where people are looking to, the retirees that want to volunteer and do something, and maybe they can create some kind of organization or something and get together to help provide this. And then if they want to utilize that space, I'm sure that could become an option. But again, there's so many things that could happen. And for me, I just don't think, as much as it pains me, my heart wants to, but the reality is I don't think it's the best use at this time.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, this is a really tough issue because we've all heard directly from some of the families that will be impacted by the closure of this service, and it pulls at your heart, and it's something you want to be able to help with. The greater need, though, is child care. And this is child minding while somebody uses a recreation facility. They're two very different things. As Mr. Mackay indicated, it was originally put in to help with attract and retain membership at Elevation Place. And this gave the opportunity for somebody to come work out, and for the length of their workout, up to 2 hours, they could have some child minding. And the statistics show that it worked quite well in the initial years. I don't know what changed with the pandemic. I don't know what has changed, even though our community is larger than it was 10 years ago. But to have half the usage 10 years later, combined with an increased subsidization that's growing year over year, combined with the difficulty in attracting staffing, we came to this very difficult decision as a council last year at this time on the basis that the service is not sustainable. That does not mean it's not valued by some. It certainly is, obviously. But it's not sustainable. And so while the heart wants to do one thing, the head does not see a reason that has changed over the last year to change the decision. And so while I'm encouraging of anybody that wants to explore some initiatives that they do on their own and approach the town about use of a space. That's an interesting discussion. And I'm certainly not closing the door on some point in the future having a discussion of if there's something that complements our services. But this was not daycare, it never was daycare, and it shouldn't be considered daycare. They're two very different conversations. And so I can't support the continuation of a service that's not sustainable and increasingly not sustainable. Councillor Marin, did you want to speak further? And then we'll go to Councillor Murray.
Yeah, I just wanted to add very quickly that I recognize that this child minding service is very different than daycare, which is one of the reasons I support this motion. Because there are, although they're difficult to find, there are daycare options in town, and I think this fills a different type of child minding service that is not provided by others. So that's another reason why I would support this motion.
Yeah, thanks. And yeah, I appreciate that, and I didn't think that anybody here thought it was daycare. It's just I would say at least half the letters that we get seem to make the thought that this is more like along the lines and in the same conversation as daycare. And that is something that's very serious issue in our town, and something that, you know, I certainly have tried to support in pulling together a mayor's round table on daycare and day homes, and connecting providers with government agents, and it has sparked a few more spaces. It's also sparked discussions around a building not far from Elevation Place that I believe Councillor Faubert was referring to, that hopefully has some possibilities there. There's no doubt that we, like many municipalities, need more daycare, and to the extent that we can support that through advocacy, through helping to connect people, I certainly would love for us to do so. But this service, of course, is not. And I was more speaking to the letters that we've been receiving that that merge the issues. Councillor Murray, did you want to add something now, or can I go to Councillor Faubert? I mean, it's up to you. You can still close afterwards as well, but I just know that your light's been there and you probably wanted to say something. Yeah, so go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Krauser, and I really appreciate the discussion we've been having at the council table. Really, there's nobody that said anything that I disagree with at this point in time here. Everyone who's made a case that the business model for this particular service is a money-losing endeavor is absolutely correct. I'm concerned that if this motion is defeated at this point in time, we haven't really given any direction to administration to explore other options, although there has been some conversation at the council table right now about trying to figure something else out that might make a little bit more sense. So if there are any amendments, whether they happen today or whether this is brought back to council at some point to direct administration to explore something, I would welcome that conversation as well.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I would just put out there, this may be an excellent point of discussion during our strategic planning. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to remark that year-to-date visits for childminding are the highest they've been since pre-pandemic for this year. So, right, to me, I'm not sure that looking forward, it's reduced use or not. I think the usage depends on perhaps how we deliver the service as well. And then I wanted to just add that the Property Taxes Reimagined project by AbMunis did a really deep dive into how different demographics tax dollar value is received back. And the demographic that received the least amount of services for their tax dollars in Alberta was single parents. And that really struck me when I went through that information, and that's one of the reasons why I'm more in favor of pursuing a course where we keep this in place, because yeah, we're subsidizing the service, but and it's taxpayers' dollars, but it's the taxpayers' dollars of the people who need this service as well. So just some clarity in terms of how my thinking runs on this one. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Murray, did you have anything you'd like to add to close?
Again, I really appreciate this conversation, and no, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you. No, that's fine, and that's fine. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to call the question. Those all in favor of this motion? Those opposed? The motion is defeated with Councillors Faubert, Murray, and Marin in support. Okay, so now we'll move on to the next motion. Councillor Ma, you wanted to bring this motion? It's number 60. Yeah, there it is.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Min, for bringing this one up. This is regarding Finance Committee directing administration to reinstate a public works project on playground life cycle for the Carey Playground in the amended 2026 capital budget for $200K to be funded from the General Capital Reserve. We had a good report here. Like, we have delayed this playground. Typically, I think we're working around like a 31-year replacement cycle for this particular playground, when best practice is a little bit quicker and sooner. And the playground is starting to exhibit the sort of situations when it might not be as safe down the road, where we may need to fully decommission it. And I remember during our discussions in finance, Dr. Cottle mentioned how, like, these amenities in our neighborhoods are important. So if you take away a playground and leave it as like a brownfield, you kind of start to sterilize the neighborhood, and you make it less desirable for children and families. And so kind of reminds me of that movie Field of Dreams. If you build it, they will come. So I think we should make a new playground and keep the kids coming. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak to this motion? Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you to Councillor Ma for bringing forward this project. I like the other unfunded projects that were brought forward. A lot of them are really important, but it's about priorities. For me, I'm not prepared to support this at this time, given that this is being added into the budget because of space being created by the livability tax. So thank you. It doesn't mean I don't support the project overall or bringing it back in the future. I'm just not prepared to support it at this time. Thank you.
I'm prepared to speak in favor of the motion. I was actually started prior to us discussing it at Finance in recent days. I started at a place that Councillor Faubert just spoke to well. The thing that I heard, though, that was persuasive to me was, having, I think it was 36, but 30-some playgrounds that have to be replaced every 25 years. And that means we have to do at least one a year, actually more than one a year, in order to keep up with the quality of our infrastructure there. And so I'm prepared to support this motion in order to try to keep on track with updating and keeping our playgrounds safe. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. We just had a discussion about supporting families and the need for our community to continue to do that. And if I'm not able to get behind the previous motion, I can absolutely get behind this one. This supports families. This puts kids in neighborhoods. This gives parents a place to go take their children and enjoy some time. Life cycle issues are obviously there, and we need to address that. So thank you.
Councillor Hillstead.
Thank you. I'm also happy to support this motion. Again, we've already had to punt it down the road once. We've got a lot of playgrounds, and depending on which neighborhood you're in, some get definitely used more than others, but sometimes the state of them does come into play. So I think doing a new playground up there would be beneficial for the whole neighborhood. And I also know that, you know, like I said, some playgrounds are better. And so sometimes people are willing to drive to those playgrounds, because I know I've had to drive to different playgrounds because kids didn't like the ones that were close by. So maybe this will be another one that I add to my list of places to drive my kids. So.
Councillor Murray?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm prepared to support this motion from a fairly pragmatic perspective of the fact that, you know, asset management and replacement is really important, and we can't continue to fall further behind when it comes to life cycle replacements of our playgrounds. There are no other playground life cycle replacements up for discussion or motion in the budget this year, so it would just be another year falling behind one of these projects. So we've identified one. Let's do it this year, and let's continue to identify these assets in future years. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Marin?
Thanks, Mayor Crowsert. I'm quite torn on this one, to be completely honest. I 100% recognize the asset management and the need to keep the playgrounds in a cycle of making sure that they are maintained. My understanding from the report is that this playground is not unsafe. Obviously, it wouldn't be open if it was unsafe, and that assessments are done regularly. So I just want to clarify that. I also have a hard time with the fact that we just defeated a motion to have a service that would impact our entire community, and then are willing to approve this one that is for a smaller geographic area. So I'm just kind of struggling with that balance. So, I mean, based on what my fellow councillors have said, this is going to pass as a motion. So I just wanted to share those thoughts as well.
Great, thank you. And thank you for clarification. You're absolutely correct. The playground is safe now, but they need to be replaced in order to stay safe. Yeah, it is difficult to deal with this immediately following the last motion. Of course, this is a $200,000 investment from reserves to fund something that has a life of 25 years. And over that 25 years, if we spent $55,000 a year, that's $1.375 million. So there's a different scope here. And as Councillor Hillstead said, you know, people do travel around. I expect that this playground will get a lot of use. Councillor Maud, did you want to add something, or are you waiting for close?
I'm just waiting for close.
Okay, Councillor Hillstead?
Yeah, I just, again, not to beat that last motion to death, but to say that, you know, that last one affects the whole community, I would disagree with, because I know many people that don't use Elevation Place, so it's unfair to say that that last one would affect the whole community and this one affects less. I think they affect to different, maybe to different amounts, but those using Elevation Place would have got some use out of that last motion. Those using this playground will get some use, but again, not everyone uses Elevation Place. Part of the reason we brought that last one originally was to help get people into Elevation Place. So to say that, I feel is unfair. It's, again, we're kind of comparing apples to oranges in this one. So yeah, just wanted to add to that.
Thank you. Councillor Maud to close?
Yep. Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to all councillors for all your great points, interesting points, food for thought. Last thing I'd like to close on, I feel playgrounds are probably the most democratic of like structures for kids. Like we put that thing in and it's accessible all year round. Anyone can use it. Anyone can use it at any time. So this is a bit of a different animal than say childcare or child minding. This one here, anyone in our community can use it, all ages, and it's there. It's a great asset. And if we can get 25 years out of it, and sometimes even more is what we've seen, I think the ROI is there. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried with Councillors Faubert and Marin opposed. Okay, so now we're on to a section on our motions list. These were just, there's a number of motions here that just were raised during our finance meeting. They were not requests of administration that we'd like to see this happen. They were opportunities or options that if any member of council wanted to champion them and to see if they receive support. So I'll open it up for any one of these motions. If anybody wants to move any of them, then please just let me know which number you're dealing with so that Mr. Stiver can put it on the screen. And Councillor Murray, you're the first one in, so you get first choice.
Thank you, Mayor Krausert. I would like to direct the attention to motion 19. The Finance Committee directing administration to include project facilities greenhouse gas reduction project, the amended 2026 capital budget for the amount presented in the November 18th finance meeting closed session to be funded from grants and the general capital reserve, and that the project is contingent on the successful grant program acceptance. I think it's really important if we have a climate action plan to actually action things from that plan. And I believe it's important that we also keep an eye on the finances and do it incrementally. Saying that, I don't know if I would support all of the projects at once. However, from a perspective of the finance costs for this one, as well as the amount of years it'll take to sort of get us to that cost recovery point, this one seemed like the best option to go with. So I like it.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Sorry, we're just checking the information that we received in the closed session. Just a reminder to people, the reason that we receive some information around project costs in closed session is because they will be issued for tender if they move forward, because like this would be subject to grant funding as well. And in order to not basically negotiate against ourselves, we put it out there without any expectations that anyone would know about what the budget is. They will be, if the project goes forward, they will certainly be disclosed as to those amounts, but it's a practice that is being utilized by multiple municipalities now in order to protect basically tax dollars. So thank you for bringing this forward. We have a motion on the table about a greenhouse gas reduction project. And Councillor Hillstad, would you like to speak to that, or are you wanting to bring a different motion? Because I noticed you.
To this one, and then I can do
Okay.
that once we get past this one.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, I was slow to the draw, so.
I'll go to you first, then after that.
Thank you. Yeah, I can support this motion. And I'm just gonna leave it at that. It was well said, and ditto.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Graham.
Just for that, I'm stealing the next one, just so you know. For clarity, Councillor Murray, we're talking about GHG reduction option 1. Is that correct? Okay. Thank you. You have my full support.
Okay. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Councillor Murray. I appreciate that this is a middle ground approach and that it has grant funding potential and that it wouldn't move forward without the grant funding. I also think it's a significant, it's one of those projects that actually eventually pays for itself because through this type of project, we would upgrade systems that would see a payback in our energy reduction usage and an estimated greenhouse gas reduction of our town of Canmore overall portfolio of 6.7%. I think that's worth moving forward on, especially given our climate action plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Marin.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Murray, for bringing this forward. I would support this as well, just looking at the option that we have, and I know it was in an in-camera session, but the grant funding is approximately 50% of this funding for the total project. So yes, if we can successfully get approximately 50% of this program funded, I support it. I do think, however, if that grant funding were to come in at a different place and be a lot less than that 50%, we may need to revisit this. So I'm not sure just process-wise if we would do that, how that works. But yes, if as it is proposed and we were successful in getting that percentage of grant funding, then I support the motion.
So my understanding is that it would have to be aligned with as presented. Otherwise, it would have to come back because it would be a greater use of reserves otherwise than is authorized. Okay. So thank you for those comments and for that point. Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? Okay, seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Councillor Hillstad, you wanted to move one forward.
Of course, my screen just went black.
Yeah, that's all right. Take a moment.
So it's the one above, 18. So that the Finance Committee direct administration to reinstate project Public Works Cougar Creek Rink surface replacement in the amended 2026 capital budget for $130,000 to be funded from the general capital reserve. So again, this is another one of those ones that unfortunately had to get kicked when the livability program was delayed. That rink gets well used. Again, anecdotally at least, whenever I drive past, I generally see many people on there, either in the summer playing basketball or in the winter playing hockey, or I think I've even seen pickleball on that one. So I've seen a lot of things on that rink, and again, the surface is deteriorating and it's in dire need of replacement. So I think it needs to be brought forward sooner than later. So that's why I'm bringing it forward.
Great. Thank you. Would anyone like to speak to this motion? Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Councillor Hillstad, for bringing this one forward. I'm fully in support of this for all the reasons you mentioned. But also note that the rink that we've got downtown on the pond has been inconsistent the last few years, and I suspect this might be another year where we might not get a rink there. So higher usage, higher demand, great activity outdoor sport, supports a wide range of demographics. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Hillstad, thanks for bringing this up about the Cougar Creek rink. I think I can support this. Currently, the rink surface is deteriorated to the point where it's going to be a bit of a hazard, and so from a responsible piece of asset replacement, fixing this would be great. We all know ice time in the rec center is a bit of a hot commodity, so if we can offer other opportunities of ice that are broad time frames, I'll also maintain the facility for other uses as well. I think we should do it. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak to this motion? Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Mayor Krauser. Thank you, Councillor Hillstad, for bringing this one forward. This was actually, of the two motions, the capital budget options here, this was the other one that I was really keen on as well, because again, from an asset management and life cycle replacement perspective, this one is in need, and it is a well-used rink. I live in the area, so I'm often driving by, and during the winter it is quite well utilized. So let's manage this asset.
Thank you. Councillor Marin.
Yeah, I just have a clarifying question. Was this postponed because of the livability tax? Postponement from 2025, and now it's back on the table because of 2026?
So the history.
Sorry, I just need to understand a little bit.
No, yeah, absolutely. It's a great question. The history is that last year it was an unfunded project. When some space, and I think Councillor Faubert alluded to this earlier about what happened, some projects then were covered by a livability reserve. And with that space created in general capital reserve, there were some projects that were then approved, okay? This was one of them that was approved. However, when the court decided that our livability tax program complied with the legislation, but in order to give all landowners some time, it would be delayed a year. Then we went back and rescinded the approval. And so it then becomes, once again, an unfunded project. So that's the history on that.
Thank you for the clarification.
Councillor Faubert.
I would add as well that we do have a prioritization classification system for capital projects, A, B, and C. And so you end up seeing some of the stuff, the lower priorities unfunded. And when space opens up in the capital project, those would be the first ones we'd look to based on that prioritization. And so that's how I think that these came back as a recommendation because of. And then if time goes by and we don't do these projects, then they will also potentially go up in priority as well. So that's right. So it's not, I'm not against this, but I'm not in support of the changes to the capital budget from freeing up money with the livability tax. That's so.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to this motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried with Councillors Faubert and Marin opposed. Looking to see if there's anyone else that wishes to bring a motion. There's one that I'll bring, but I want to give others the opportunity to bring it first, if they want. Not seeing any, then I would like to go to number 22 on the list. So sometime earlier this year, we had a report to council with respect to two properties on Grotto Road that had been so severely damaged during the flood that they actually had to be completely removed. So they were basically vacant lots, and the town had bought them and had to hold them until the risk had been lowered to the point where it could be built upon again. With the completion of the debris retention structure, that time came, and so it came back to us to approve the sale of those properties so that a home could be built on each of them again, and council approved at that time. I believe it was during that discussion that we talked about the residual hazard zones and how that would impact anybody else within that area that wanted to make an addition to their home, any sort of intensification. And we found that we had a policy gap there. So I brought a motion at that time that this come back to council or the finance committee in the fall. And so it did come back to us. And so I would like to put forward this motion for us to have a discussion about. That the finance committee direct administration to include project development and residual hazard zones in the amended 2026 capital budget for the amount presented in the November 18th finance meeting closed session to be funded from the general capital reserve. The reason I would like this to be supported, while the amount is not disclosed, it's not a large ask. And I think it will provide some very important policy that can be applied not only in this area, but in other areas where we're doing steep creek mitigations. Once they're done, what then happens to those areas? And, you know, if there's development intensification without policy guidance, that can result in some changes of safety classifications that could make any builds or rebuilds, and they're very cost prohibitive. So I think it's a very important policy piece that we had. And during that conversation, it was noted that we didn't have that, and we really do need to have this policy before we can look at any intensification of use in these areas. So with that, I would ask you to support this motion, but I look forward to your comments. Councillor Hillstead.
I can support this motion. I'm not gonna, it was well said, and I think that all those reasons make a good choice for this one to be brought back or brought into the capital budget, so I'm happy to support it.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Graham.
Your worship, I have a question of clarification for you. And this one talks about the Cougar Creek risk assessment, but it didn't talk about other creeks. And in your preamble there, you mentioned that that policy could be applied to other creeks. Can you clarify that for me?
Yeah, so it arose because of the Cougar Creek discussion. And so the motion that I had made was for a revised Cougar Creek risk assessment in that area. And, but we have been advised that this work could produce a replicable framework for residual hazard zones across Canmore. So the same sort of framework can then be utilized for other zones. Because we're dealing with the same sort of things. Deep Creek analysis, that then it's a residual hazard zone, so there's been mitigation done, but what does that mean then for intensification or rebuilding within those areas?
Thank you.
Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Mayor Krauser, and thank you for putting this one forward. I'm actually not inclined to support this one for this particular budget year. And the reasoning behind that is, we're talking about doing this for future intensification of development, but for Cougar Creek, which is, what we heard a report about, I mean, there's no real, it's not like we have an upcoming ARP process that would facilitate potentially intensification of development in that area. So while I consider this to be a worthy project, I think it might be a little bit premature to do it in the 2026 budget year.
Yeah, I had wondered about putting it off to a future budget year as well. But I do recognize that at that time, I know that there was, there's private landowners that may be looking at doing things with property, and that could be a now thing as opposed to a later thing. Councillor Marin?
Yeah, I actually agree with what both of you have said, Mayor Krauser and Councillor Murray. I feel like for me, it's difficult, not that I'm opposed to it, but difficult for me to support until I have more information about how this framework will be replicable and how it will benefit other areas in Canmore. I think for me, I'm just missing that bit of information for more the long-term impact of doing this. So I would be more inclined to postpone as well. Again, not because I'm opposed to the motion necessarily, but just understanding better how it's going to play out and what the benefit is of approving the motion and the budget item.
Councillor Faubert?
One of the things that was said raised a question for me of whether or not this capital budget project would be done in-house or if we would contract it out to experts in their field and then they would do the work and bring the report back to us, and that will help me.
Ms. Smithers? Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, that was my fault. I hit the button at the same time as you. It would be contracted out. We do not have the subject matter expertise in-house to do the analysis that's required.
For that reason, I'll support the motion. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? Okay, to close, I appreciate all the comments that were made. And I do believe that this is important work affecting people's properties right now. And it will also have future use as well. So I think that we'll make very good use of this policy work. And in a town such as ours that is full of steep creek hazard zones, I think we need to know what is best to do after that rather than to leave a gap in policy. So with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried with Councillors Murray, Marin, and Graham opposed. Okay, looking to see, I'll ask one more time before we then have a little talk with administration about what's the best way to go for next steps. Any other motions that had to come or that wanted to come forward? Councillor Ma?
This is the one with respect to the GHG audit for the wastewater treatment plant.
Okay, so that's number 21.
21, yeah. Okay, so motion 21, Finance Committee direct administration to include project energy and GHG reduction audit wastewater treatment plant in the amended 2026 capital budget for the amount presented in the November 18th finance meeting. Closed session be funded from grants and the wastewater reserve, and that the project is contingent on the successful grant program acceptance. I think a key piece here is if we can get the grant money to help with this project, it's worthwhile. When it comes to reducing our GHG emissions for our organization as a whole, the wastewater treatment plant is 46% of our greenhouse gas emissions. So even if we can find little tiny sort of benefits there, when you scale it out to 46% of our GHGs, there's a lot of value there. And I also think because we are potentially embarking on a journey of having to get a new wastewater treatment plant, there will be lessons and efficiencies learned from here in the years leading up, and it'll help inform our new plant as well. So I hope you can support. Thank you.
Councillor Marin, speaking to the motion.
Just a clarifying point, Councillor Ma, I've got 42% in my document. I just wanted to make sure that we're all talking the same. Okay, thanks.
Thank you for that. Councillor Graham?
Yeah, thanks for that clarification, Councillor Marin. Thanks for bringing this forward, Councillor Mott. 42% of our GHG emissions is very significant. The cost of this one was, the ROI on it was very reasonable. There are lots of opportunities for us to increase efficiencies there, and I believe that this will be money well spent in that future.
Councillor Faubert?
Yes, I am going to support this, but I want to make sure we all understand that this project would identify and evaluate potential energy reductions and that it would lead to potentially future capital projects within the wastewater treatment plant to deliver on those savings. I love that this is grant funding available for this, and I think that this is in line with a lot of the asset management and great facility work we are already doing as an organization. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Any others? Going once? Going twice? It's gone. Okay, so now looking for some advice from administration. Do you need to, should we take a break right now and then you can talk about what might be needed? We do have, just keeping in mind that the 25th, if we don't have to go that day, I think that's best because we have some people away. We have the whole day booked here, so even if you need some time, don't feel rushed. It's better to get it done right. And, you know, so if we need an hour or whatever, you can let me know. But let's take a 5-minute break, and Dr. Carl, you can find out what the scoop is, and we'll make a plan from there. Okay. Let's come back at 1:58. Okay, we're back, and we have two final motions to wrap this all up and make the recommendations to council. But first, I'm going to turn things over to Ms. Gibbons, our Manager of Finance, and she's going to provide some comments.
Sure, I just wanted to provide an update as to where that left us. So you may recall, I think one of the first motions that was passed on the operating side indicated that we had gone from 7.1, and with all the recommendations that were presented previously, we're at a 6.1% tax increase net of growth and excluding the livability tax program. With the amendments today, so with the addition of the Government Relations Senior Advisor, the change for the Canada Day, and the increase to the community grants, that takes our tax increase, again, net of growth and excluding livability, to 6.7% for 2026, and then 3.9% and 2.5% for 27 and 28 respectively.
Okay, so just to make sure we got that right, we came into this process at 7.1%, and we're right now at 6.7% for this coming year, 2026. And then in 2027, we're projecting a 3.9% increase, and for 2028, a 2.5% increase. Okay, thank you. Was there any other comments that you wanted to make?
Yeah, just that we also, we're keeping a running total of, so with all the recommended amendments we had and with the ones that Finance Committee made today, that brings us to a revised total for the 2026 capital plan of $48,176,559. So that's the number we've been tracking live based on the motions that you made today. And we've updated that number and populated motion 23 there for you with that.
Great, thank you. Anything further?
That's it.
Okay, Councillor Faubert, a question?
Yes, I just wanted to remind myself, what is the dollar amount that equals a 1% tax increase this year?
So with those changes, it's now $368,000 roughly.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you. Before I make the final motions, are there any other questions of council? No? And any other comments? Okay. Then I will move that the Finance Committee recommend to council that the amended capital plan totaling $48,176,559 and the 2027 to 2030 amended capital plan be approved as presented. So this is a year, of course, where we already had an approved plan and we've just made amendments to it. And so this is just the revised numbers. So it's the plan that was previously approved with the amendments we've made today. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? I would like to give thanks to all of administration, particularly the finance department, but I know that budgets involve every single department within the organization. I appreciate all the attention that's given to ensure that we remain a financially responsible and transparent organization, and I appreciate that every budget time, even where it's just an amending one, takes a lot of effort. And it's not a one-time thing, it's a full year cycle. And I know once we're done this, then it goes into the next stage of that, and it's about setting, making sure the assessments are done and making sure setting the mill rates and all of that, all while looking at the budgets in the coming year. So it's a nonstop thing. So I want to give thanks to all the work that's done in that regard. I want to give thanks to my colleagues for some excellent conversation over the last several days as we were meeting, for thoughtful motions, for speaking very well to the motions you brought. I especially want to thank Councillors Murray and Marin for your excellent questions and being able to dive right in. You've done really, really well as brand new councillors. I think that this council is really on a good track with the membership that we have and the excellent perspectives that come to the table. So thank you for that. Any other questions before I call, or any other comments before I call the question? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move that the Finance Committee direct administration to bring the committee recommended 2026 operating budget, 2025 and 2026 capital budget, and 2027 to 2030 capital plan as presented and amended at the November 2025 Finance Committee meetings to council for approval on December 9th, 2025. Anyone wishing to speak to that motion? Okay, call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I will now move that we adjourn. Call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone.